It's your brother Aboriginal Power. Peace, 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 love and light. It's your brother Aboriginal Power, man. Shout out to all American Aborigines, man. Drop them fire emojis if y'all hear me. Let me try to get this shit situation. I wish I was on my bear with me, you guys. Just bear. We're gonna get it cracking today. We got some heat for you guys. Don't even trip. Some real heat for you guys today. All right, let's get it.
I can see your true colors. That's the fam, nigga, I can't trust him. I can see your true colors. Over time, tell me where that trust went. I can see your true colors. That was my dog, but now I can't trust him. I can't trust you. I can see your true colors. Nigga, I can see your true colors. Nigga, just tell me where that trust went.
Parties and celebrations, getting money, fucking these bitches. We found some placement inside the city limits. It was small, but yeah, we did it. Try to bring too many niggas all around, yeah, we was tripping. Late night was whipping the bow, that's what we called the will. How the fuck we made it alive? Cause the car was shit. Really called that bitch a death trap. We had blazed to me, young niggas 16 whipping. We was state to state before this shit changed up. It was the good times. Remember when Kron grabbed me up off the bus line? Had came from DC for one of y'all birthdays and shit was cool. I met that nigga whole family, shit was cool then. Remember New, remember Breach, and that nigga Mitch. It was Tim Bean and Eli, put up in the wheel. We was on the west side, on some Wilmington shit.
I can see your true colors. That's the fam, nigga, I can't trust him. I can see your true colors. Over time, tell me where that trust went. I can see your true colors. That was my dog, but now I can't trust him. I can't trust you. See your true colors. Nigga, I can see your true colors. Nigga, just tell me where that trust went. Nigga,
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Also, man, don't forget, man. I know it might sound a little different. I'm trying to work with some shit. Excuse me. I'm using two different tablets to make this work, so I need y'all to hit that like button.
Whatever it takes. The Hollywood.
Let's get it.
Hey, lazy, this shit is crazy.
What the fuck is going on? 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 These raps is like some scripture to me, yeah, they different for me. See my dog pass away, that shit get vivid for me. Praying on my downfall, I won't fall, yeah. Boy, I jump that porch, we learn how to crawl, yeah. I rose through from the concrete. The shit y'all boys cap about beyond me. I'm a born G. I be kicking out this flame, bitch, like Bruce Lee. I know they speak my name in vain, but I can't worry about it. All this pain that's in my songs, it got me hurting about it. How my niggas doubt me like there's no birdie from me. They talking dollars and baguettes, we still behind the trench. Broad daylight, shooting handguns from behind the fence. I'm with some killers that's gonna hit bout it. In the spot that you got, you might get blicked out and rerouted. How y'all said that y'all believed in me. How y'all said that y'all believed in me. How y'all said, what the fuck is going on? 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 These raps are like some scripture to me, yeah, they different for me. See my dog pass away, that shit get vivid for me. Praying on my downfall, I won't fall, yeah. Before I jump that porch, we learn how to crawl, yeah. These raps is like some scripture to me, yeah, they different for me. See my dog pass away, that shit get vivid for me. Praying on my downfall, I won't fall, yeah. Before I jump that porch, we learn how to crawl, yeah. Fuck been going on. I got brothers, but y'all moving on. I thought them bonds were strong. Look tomorrow, hit that promise, your dog could be gone. You can't prove me wrong. I can't put another soldier name inside a song. In them trenches, I was back in. Rubber grip the Mac 10. Foundation solid, I got traction. If I don't do it, who taking action? I kill it with passion. I remember back when niggas standing tall for that brother. That was back when niggas stayed solid and we caught them when they crept in. They want nothing moving on that block. Till we stepped in, niggas getting stepped on. As soon as niggas caught wind, these raps are like some scripture to me, yeah, they different for me. See my dog pass away, that shit get vivid for me. Praying on my downfall, I won't fall, yeah. Before I jump that porch, we learn how to crawl, yeah. These raps is like some scripture to me, yeah, they different for me. See my dog pass away, that shit get vivid for me. Praying on my downfall, I won't fall, yeah. Before I jump that porch, we learn how to crawl, yeah.
Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hopefully everybody's enjoying themselves. Hopefully, I'm trying to get my boy up here to help me screen share. Excuse me. But for the first remainder of it, it will be done in audio form. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's get. Ooh. Make sure y'all drop them fire emojis in the chat. Support the channel, man. Support the channel. Support the channel.
I can see your true colors. That's the fan, but nigga, I can't trust him. I can see your true colors. Over time, tell me where that trust went. I can see your true colors. That was my dog, but now I can't trust him. I can't trust you. I can see your true colors. Nigga, I can see your true colors. Nigga, just tell me where that trust went.
Parties and celebrations, getting money, fucking these bitches. We found some placement inside the city limits. It was small, but yeah, we did it. Try to bring too many niggas all around, yeah, we was tripping. Late night was whipping the boat, that's what we called the will. How the fuck we made it alive? Cause the car was shit. Billy called that bitch a death trap. We had plays to me, young niggas 16 whipping. We was state to state before this shit changed up. There was the good times. Remember when Quan grabbed me up off the bus line? Had came from DC for one of y'all birthdays and shit was cool. I met that nigga whole family, shit was pulled in. Remember New, remember Breach, and that nigga Mitch. It was Tim, Bean, and Eli, put up in the wheel. We was on the west side, on some Wilmington shit.
I can see your true colors. That's the fan, but nigga, I can't trust him. I can see your true colors. Over time, tell me where that trust went. I can see your true colors. That was my dog, but now I can't trust him. I can't trust you. I can see your true colors. Nigga, I can see your true colors. Nigga, just tell me where that trust went. Nigga, just tell me where that.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hit that like button, thumb up the video, man. Slap that like button, man. Keep the meat, spit out the bones.
Whatever it takes. Exactly.
You guys are shut right, crazy. Share that thing, man. Last couple minutes getting into the deal, so I don't want to share it.
Yeah, for my pain, it don't feel nothing at all. For these niggas, nah, ain't nothing but God. I had to move around with nothing but frauds. I tried to bring the team together, get my vision involved. I gave a plan, but niggas scrambled. It's time to pick up that call. We can't get 1,500 in a 6-week span. Time to pay up, everybody goes, I be down. I should've seen it. All I got is Rain, Slim, Tim, you know it's Teach. I got Tay and I got Leaf. I got Deja and Salih. I got Foreign, they got Feet. They say your name, that's cause you preach. Them niggas folded under heat. No umbrella, let them shots rain down. You believe the dream to stand up, if not lay down. Let it rain down. If you my nigga, then just say it. You ain't got it, then just say it. Let it rain down. Yeah, my nigga, then just say it. Let it rain down. Let it rain down. Right, this shit crazy. Yeah. We gotta weather the storm. If you don't understand, get better informed. I'm from the trench, and my trust really weathered and torn. With my niggas from the sandbox, trying to put this shit on top some water, but we playing live. We all want the same shit, but can't get on the same page. How about if y'all really want it? Niggas just be saying things, complacent with y'all lives now. Everything that I pipe down. Yeah, I was chilling for a minute, but I'm live now. Niggas talking about the past, come get with me right now. Come and really see my grind. Come and see me live now. I'm live now. I'm live now. Come and see me live now. And no umbrella, let them shots rain down. You believe the dream, then stand up, if not lay down. Feel it rain down. My nigga, then just say it. You ain't got it, then just say it. Let it rain down. Yeah. And no umbrella, let them shots rain down. You believe the dream, then stand up, if not lay down. Feel it rain down. If you my nigga, then just say it. You ain't got it, then just say it. Let it rain down. Let it rain down. Yeah.
My nigga, did you say it? You my brother, did you say it?
Let it rain down.
Let it rain down.
Right, this shit crazy.
Peace, 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 love, and light to all the American Aborigines. Drop a fire emoji in the chat if you guys can hear me loud and clear. I want to make sure you guys can hear me loud and clear. Shout out to the American Aborigines. Shout out to the like-minded brothers and sisters that's listening in across the planet. Shout out to you guys. Another one down. If you did not get to check out the fire-ass live stream that we did last night, classic. Lot of fire information. Dr. Longo, aka Old World Florida, and a Tanchin one. Damn, there was some heat. If you have not get to see that live stream, make sure you go to the channel, check that out. Yo, so I know how my audio. And man, if y'all like Helliway music, go follow Helliway on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. Helliway24K. Helliway24K, man. It's my boy. You got some good heat. Get into different bags, different styles, different flows. He's fired. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Also, man, we are still trying to get raised that certain amount. We trying to reach the goal. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get the computer put in the shop this week. We still trying to reach the goal, you guys. We still trying to reach the goal. So if you guys want to support the channel, you feel me? Cash App and PayPal information at the bottom of the screen, man. Shout out to all my new subscribers, man. We going crazy with the subscribers. Just over the last week, we done picked up 1,700 subscribers. So we going crazy with the subscribers. Shout out to everybody that's putting in the work. Hey man, it's just the beginning. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be at 100 ball real soon. Nagas Roswell, that would be dope, bro. I wish you was in the area. Bro. Definitely pull up. Bro. No shit. Hey, shout out to everybody in the building. Hey, man, to be honest, greatest champ, don't do that, bro. We smoke premium. Over here, my boy. Asteroids, matter of fact, Asteroids Premium. You want to get some of this, nigga, go check it out. Got a lifetime supply there. A lifetime supply. We don't got to worry about that. Yeah. I can send it to Empress and she ship it. Naga Wisewell, hit my email, man. We can definitely work something out. Or my number is on the screen as well. Definitely hit me up, bro. Definitely hit me up. Definitely. We need that thing done ASAP because I got some heat we got to get into. We got how American Aborigines took their science and show on the road and civilized Egypt, created Sumer, left the stories, left the history, talked about the King's List and the far travels from the pure or the extreme west. We got a super heavyweight jam we're gonna be doing today. I got a lot of shit I want to get involved with that. It was a fire bill last night with Old World Florida. Like I said, I wish I would have been able to screen share. That's really the most important part to me is being able to get into a bag, illustrate, so you guys can observe what we're talking about, so y'all can visually see what we're talking about as well, besides seeing the literature or hearing the literature. So yeah, man, I think it's all dope, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. I got a heavyweight jam for you guys today, man. Human origins before Genesis. The untold history of the Aboriginal peoples from Hebrews. All right. So this is from a Hebrew perspective of the Aboriginal peoples and who they was, what was they doing before the story of Genesis. So this should be a deep dialogue. Eat the meat, spit out the bones. If you guys are ready, shout out to you guys. I need y'all to drop a fire emoji in the chat. I'm trying to see if I can get my brother up here to help screen share. Trying to see if I can get my brother up here to help screen share because I want y'all to be able to see. But hey, support the channel, man. Let's see how many people. We only need 28 more people to send $3 cash out donations. If we can get 28 more people to send in a $3 cash out donation, or we can get 14 people, right, to send in $6. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. I do want to shout out to some of the brothers and sisters that's already starting off sending in donations, supporting the channel already. Shout out to Roger W. He always support. He said for the build, man. Shout out to Roger W for the cash out donation. He said for the build. Also, shout out to Real Lies TV. Shout out to Real Lies TV for the cash out donation, man. Turn up with Big Bro in the chat. Turn up for Roger W in the chat. Make sure y'all guys in the chat show them some love. You know what I'm saying? All we need is 28 more people, man. Show the people some love. Show the brothers and sisters some love for supporting you guys in the chat. Show that live stream. Moderators turn up with the viewers and new subscribers. Make them feel welcome over here. And we're going to get straight into some of this information that I have lined up for you guys right now. So let's get right into that right now.
Okay, let's get it in. First and foremost, I give all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme intellect of the universe. Give a shout out to my brother, Chief Abdiel, Zion Lex. Let's get it in. Understanding that 7 emanated cycles of the Ha'adamic consciousness. Now, we've been under the impression for years and years that there was a literal man named Adam. But I'm going to show in this presentation that Ha'adam is more than a man, but it's an ecological condition, so to say. So I have this up here so everybody can see. We have to understand, just as you have 7 epochs, 7 root epics.
My boy gonna come up in 10 minutes. So give me 7 days. Be able to screen share.
This number 7, even like 7 chakras. 7 plays a major important role in the archaic understanding of this subject matter.
We'll be screen sharing in 10 minutes. All right.
We're about to get it in, y'all. Let's get this in. Beautiful. So now I say the realization of truth is the ultimate weapon ultimate weapon to manifest one's reality. And that's such a very important constipating equation that I'm bringing up, because a lot of times when we talk truth, it's always from the perspective, from the lens of those that put us in captivity. It's very important and imperative that we come to the realization that if you talk in teacher-student behavior, we can't ignore the teacher and think we teachers without the teacher. It's as if one wanting to be a Shaolin monk without the abbot. So the realization of truth is the ultimate weapon to manifest one's reality. And that's a statement that I coined. For us to realize where we're going, we have to realize our true nature by the way of Hebrew cosmos, and then our true intent and manifestation by the way of Hebrew anthropogenesis. Next slide. We're going to get it. Let's get it. So this image that's coming up is the cosmic body of Ha'adam. At the Mighty Hebrew University, we do not teach that the original man in etheric form, known as Elohim, our etheric state, we don't teach. We came from the universe, but we say through the residue of the cosmic body that became shared, we formed the universe. When you go into Yirmiyahu or Jeremiah chapter 51:19, it says, for the portion of Yaakov is not like the nations of the earth. For Yaakov is the former and fashioner of existence, and Yisrael is the rod of Yahweh's inheritance. So in that retrospect, everything in existence is all
right. We already up and loaded with the screen share. You know what I'm saying? We already up and loaded with the screen share. So hopefully go to 15 minutes and 25 seconds. 15 minutes and 25 seconds. Let's get it, you guys. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Shout out to everybody that's in the building too, by the way. Need everybody to support the channel, man. Support the channel. Shout out to Glam Glitter for the $5 cash out donation, aka American Girl Midwest, for the $5 cash out donation. We really appreciate the support. All right, we got the screen share up, y'all. Hey, hey, we got the screen share up. Drop them fire emojis in the chat if y'all can see clear. This is about to get into some heat, man. This is gonna be a heavyweight one, man. I expect to get at least 400 people in here on this one, man. This is gonna be one of those ones. Very interesting dialogue. I need everybody to support the channel. So far, man, all we need is 25 more people to send in the $3 cash out donation. Appreciate all the support. Let's go.
But it's an ecological condition, so to say. So I have this up here so everybody can see. We have to understand, just as you have 7 epochs, 7 root epics, 7 root races, 7 days of a week, etc., etc. This number 7, even the 7 chakras. 7 plays a major important role in the archaic understanding of this subject matter. So understanding the 7 emanated cycles of Ha-Adamic consciousness. Next slide. We're about to get it in, y'all. Let's get this in. Beautiful. So now I say the realization of truth is the ultimate weapon ultimate weapon to manifest one's reality. And that's such a very important constipating equation that I'm bringing up, because a lot of times when we talk truth, it's always from the perspective, from the lens of those that put us in captivity. It's very important and imperative that we come to the realization that if you talk in teacher-student behavior, we can't ignore the teacher and think we teachers without the teacher. It's as if one wanting to be a Shaolin monk without the abbot. So the realization of truth is the ultimate weapon to manifest one's reality. And that's a statement that I coined. For us to realize where we're going, we have to realize our true nature by the way of Hebrew cosmogenesis, and then our true intent and manifestation by the way of Hebrew anthropogenesis. Next slide. We're going to get it. Let's get it. So this image that's coming up is the cosmic body of Ha-Adam. At the Mighty Hebrew University, we do not teach that the original man in etheric form, known as Elohim, our etheric state, we don't teach we came from the universe, but we say through the residue of the cosmic body that became shared, we formed the universe. When you go into Yirmiyahu or Jeremiah chapter 51:19, it says, for the portion of Yaakov is not like the nations of the earth, for Yaakov is the former and fashioner of existence, and Yisrael is the rod of Yahweh's inheritance.
He's explaining, run that back like 2 seconds. He's explaining ancient cosmology and alchemy. So when he's talking about Adam, right? He's not talking about a man. He's talking about men in general, meaning including men and women, meaning a society, meaning ecological base, meaning geography, concern linked. So I just want that to be clear. Shout out to everybody is in the building. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. Can we get a few people to support? We got 197 people in here. We just hit the 27, almost at the 30-minute marker. We almost at the 30-minute marker. And we have 190 something people in here, and we only have 93 likes. So we have 103 people that has not hit the like button, you guys. I'm gonna need you guys to hit the like button, please, respectfully. I'm not gonna start the live stream until we get at least 60 to 70 more likes in the building. I'm sorry. I am not touching the. We're not gonna start until we get some likes in the building. And y'all want me to go back into subscriber mode to where only subscribers can comment in the chat. You know what I'm saying? I could do that until we get up to a certain amount of likes. I'm gonna respect y'all and just let y'all rock out in the chat, even for the new brothers and sisters, the new subscribers. We need to get at least 90 more likes in the building. I'm sorry. 90 more likes and I'll feel satisfied. Let's get a few people to support the channel as we wait, man. Shout out to the mighty Hebrew. He going in already. He already going in. He breaking it down. Now, I don't agree with everything that nobody says, so there's some things that I don't agree with as well. But there is some things that I concur. So I need you guys to hit that like button of the video. We got 200 people in here. And we got 111 likes. We almost have 180 people that has not hit the. We almost got 80 people that has not hit that like button. So hit that like button. We're gonna continue. Come on, let's go, y'all.
It's for the portion of Yaakov, it's not like the nations of the earth. For Yaakov is the former and fashioner of existence, and Yisrael is the rod of Yahweh's inheritance. So in that retrospect, everything in existence is emanation or residue of the cosmic body of Ha'adam. And I'm going to show this today. When you look at all the elements that make you up, brother, you have all the elements of the universe in you. But the universe or section, so to say, of the universe don't have everything that you have. For example, all the elements that make up Jupiter is in you, but all the elements in you are not in Jupiter. All the elements that make up Mars, it's in you, but all the elements in you are not in Mars. The point that I'm putting out there is the proof, because of all the elements being in us, that shows that everything emanates from out of the original man. And that's the cosmic body of Ha'adam. Tamchi, my brother. Continue on to the next slide. Whenever you're ready. Okay. So now we getting into the elders that shaped my mind. You see, I'm a direct understudy of the late Shot Greer Prince Asiel Ben Israel, along with Ben Ami. You see there Nasiram. Is that Nasiram? No. You don't see him. You see the very first founders. You still have one alive. That's Prince Gabriel or Gabriel. He's the one that wrote Impregnable People. You see all these men right here, these 13 princes, Ben Ami being the 13th prince, they shaped my mind. They're the ones that gave me the understanding to develop Hebrew cosmogenesis and Hebrew anthropogenesis, to establish official accredited university, because my whole thing is our people are so fixated on Western academia. So I created the Mighty Hebrew University to challenge Western academia, to take us from out of the box, so to say, because we've been in this mind state that we have to agree with Western academia to be, right, so to say. And that's not necessarily true. We can step outside the box and develop and centralize our own history. I don't care about the titles, pseudo, this, that. That's just a term for people to use when we question Western academia. I'm saying it's time for us to come out the box and reshape our history. Our history is deeper than a lineal understanding. That is Western academia trying to control the narrative. And that's also the only way they can understand history, through a lineal lens, because they use the left side of the hemisphere of their brain. This is scientific. Eastern traditional people, the original people, we use more of the right side of the hemisphere of the brain. So we see things more of a circular perspective with a line underneath the circle so we can control the narrative by the way of time, space, cycles, and seasons. Next slide. So now you have where it says the three Ruach Hadish or Kwadoshim, or the three Holy Spirits dwelling in the heavens, meaning the mind. On the far upper left-hand side, you have the late, great Prince Dr. Shaliach Ben Yahuda, the first and original dean of the School of Prophets Institute at Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa. On the far right-hand side, you have the Shat Greer, our international ambassador and Prime Minister, Prince Asiel bin Shaliach bin Yisrael, who just made transition 2 months ago. Then you have on the bottom center, Adonenu Rabbeinu Ben Ami bin Yisrael HaMoshiach, also known as Ben Ami. These are the three pillars that change the scope of Hebrew Israelite thought worldwide. No matter what camp you in, what school you in, what congregation you in, it does not matter. These three men set the stage to now take Israel to another height of reality. They are the ones that pierce the world to see Israel internationally. You have Prince Asiel ben Yisrael. He's the one that made international moves with heads of state in Africa and all over the world to show emphatically who Israel is and to also give strength to the community in Dimona to be recognized. This is where you get your Whitney Houstons, your Bobby Browns, your Neville Brothers, your Last Poets, myself, the Mighty Hebrew, just different people going up and down Israel because of the great work of the international ambassador and prime minister, Prince Asiel ben Yisrael. He was a part of the Sixth Pan-African Conference in 1974 in Dar es Salaam, where Prince Asiel and the Hebrew representatives were the only so-called African Americans at that Sixth Pan-African Conference in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania in 1974 that was recognized as sovereign Hebrew Israelite or Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals and was respected by the heads of state. Also, we have to look at the Akbar Brotherhood School that was opened up in 1993. That was a major power move that Prince Asiel helped to establish. So now we have our own schools in Dimona. We grow our own food. We have our own birthing centers. We make our own clothes. We have our own factories. Everything that we saying that we need and desire, we're doing these things. Prince Dr. Shaliach was the one to establish the academic structure to a higher level. Like, we want scholarship. When you talking to the world masses, you have to be scholarly in approach, diplomatic in approach. This is where the School of Prophets Institute, they specialize in structure.
He's breaking down some critical shit. Self-sustained, stepping outside of the box in the colonized eugenics paradigm to centralize or to format our history. Yes, Lewis Luck, this is the Mighty Hebrew. Shout out to everybody that's tapping in. Hey, man, listen, shout out to the 192 that's in the building. If I can get everybody in here to drop a fire emoji. Also, I want to shout out to everybody that's in the chat. I did not get to shout out everybody in the chat yet. What the fuck was I thinking, you guys? Why y'all didn't remind me? You know I usually shout everybody out in the chat. That's tradition. So I'm going to need everybody to drop them fire emojis in the chat, man, so I can shout y'all out as we get to this shit. But listen, man, y'all know we still trying to reach the goal. Man, all we need is 23 more people to send in a $3 cash out donation. We almost hitting the goal. 23 people. We should be able to hit that, reach that goal with 189 people in here. You know what I'm saying? Let's make that happen. Shout out to Warren. Georgia, Rosa Aborigine, Natu, Stephanie Birkin, Pop Reed. I see everybody in the building, man. I see everybody in here. Julia Woolton, Roger W, Equator, Yanetta Ya, John A, Greatest Champ, Free Papu, Lewis Luck, Bedbug, Glocky, Ariel Smith, David Bell. Man, I see everybody in here. Real recognize real. And we lit KDB, Jay Woke, you know what I mean? Georgia Peach, Aboriginal Girl, Lady Spade, DJ Cuddy, Aboriginal TV, you know what I mean? Dr. Baker, man, shout out to everybody in the building, man. I want to shout out to each and every one of you guys that's in the chat. Seriously. Each and every one of you guys in the chat, peace and blessings. I send my blessings to you guys and your family. Also, I want to shout out to the brothers and sisters that's listening in that's not in the chat. It's 191 people in here, but 191 people is not in the chat. So I do want to shout out to the 190 people that's just listening in, that's coming to get this information. I appreciate you guys. All right, it's very important for me to shout you guys out as well. Also, shout out to old dude sending a $3 cash out donation. All we need is 22 more people now to send in the $3 cash out donation. Shout out to old dude. So make sure y'all show old dude some love in the chat. The brother name is old dude in the chat. All we need is 22 more people to send in the $3 cash out donation. Let's try to make that work, you guys. Come on, let's make it happen, you guys. Come on. I only want to start till we get it done. Come on, don't make me do that. Y'all can make it happen. Let's go. Shout out to the real ones in the building, man. All the like-minded brothers and sisters, man. Waking it up into your consciousness on the path of true journey of knowledge of self, man. Let's continue to live now.
Your mind.
Make sure y'all hit that like button. Share the live stream too. Very important for you guys to share the live stream.
That causes us to return from education back to dedication. You see, when you are educated, you're trained, but you was action of walking forward and upward in righteousness when it comes to building our governmental structure. Then you had the spiritual messianic leader, or the anointed leader, Ben Ami, Ben Yisrael, who spiritually seen not only the vision of our people in Israel, but the vision of the original populace all over the earth. This is why it is important when you read any books by Ben Ami, you read them in chronological order. The trilogy series, for it to be understood in its fullness, you have to read them in chronological order. And it is of a must that you sit under master teachers. We have to now return back to now coming into the sacred understanding of our culture as Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals. It shouldn't be a thing that you can just easily click a button and say, see, I got this information, and in the process of clicking the button, because you haven't sat in discipline amongst those that far seen the future. Because at the school,
and about like 10 seconds too, man. But listen, the most critical part I want to talk about within this part is how important the information that we spread out, how important the information we have. It should be valued. It should not just be disposable like a coupon ticket in Kroger's or in Publix. It should not be disposed like garbage in your ashtray. No, this information should be valued. It should be held in regard. It should be put in a certain regard where you got it protected, and it should have value to it. Not everybody should be privy to this information, and I understand why we do have collective thoughts in separate universities, and that's why you guys, that's why the family over here at Big Aboriginal Power University understands the importance of this information and how to utilize it within their daily life. Come on, let's continue to live, you guys. Hit that like button,
click a button,
video, support,
and say, see, I got this information, and in the process of clicking the button, because you haven't sat in discipline amongst those that far seen the future. Because at the school of the prophets, we're taught the opposite of what we've been taught in America, that the children are the future. At the school of the prophets, it is the parents that are the future of the children. So it is important to sit under master adaptship leaders from amongst your school of thought in Israel, where you come, wherever you may, come from. For us, it's the School of the Prophets Institute or the Mighty Hebrew University. You see what I'm saying? So when students at the Mighty Hebrew University come, they understand that the information that is given is not always meant to be in the general public, because it's like giving an atomic bomb to a baby. It can explode at any time if a button is hit wrong. And this is not the thing that we're talking about, a secret society or anything. It's talking about preserving with sacredness our culture. This is why right now our culture is being tainted on and tarnished over by those that can just click the button. So now you got and I'm going to get into this later, now you got the Black conscious community that has grossly distorted Hebrew Israelite thought by using the One West camps as a premise to make all Israel look bad. And that's not true scholarship. And my thing is this is my open challenge to any of them. One of my sayings is, the only way to measure a man or a woman's worth is through the measurement of their work. So my challenge is, let's compare the work that we have done as Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals since 1798 to 2022 versus intellectualism in the Black conscious community. See, again, your measurement is only understood what you've laid down. You understand what I'm saying, Adoni? We are going to measure the work. This is why you have your Kanye Wests and you have your Irvins. You having these Kodak Blacks. You're having these young Scrappies. You having these Ice Cubes. You having these Nick Cannons that are recognizing that we are, in fact, the true Shemitic people, Israel. They don't care if you say, I'm Kemetic, I'm this, I'm that. They don't care about that. Once you say, I am Israel, there's a major problem. And it don't have nothing to do with because you're identifying with somebody else that's saying that Israel. The European has never said he was a Hebrew Israelite. He never said that he was a Hebrew Israelite sovereign national. They always profess themselves as being Jewish. That's just the bottom line. They never profess to be Hebrew Israelites. So we have to make that clear. But getting back to my point, you have to have master teachers. And this is why before I even start my presentation, I have to give accolade to the Zakwanim that molded me. Also others, Zakwanim, I would like to give a shout out to that also molded me. Sar Zakwain Rabbah in Israel. Also Kazari Dar ben Israel. The late Elder Ishkael ben Israel. Rudolph R. Windsor's brother, Cole Windsor. Dr. Morey Yoel ben Israel, pushing into eldership. The list goes on and on. Adon Zakwain Yehoshaphat ben Israel, editor and publisher of the Jerusalem Chronicle newspaper. Nasik Benaiah. There has been brothers Nasik, Dr. Amiel ben Israel. So there's Nasik El Ram. There's Israelite elders that helped mold me. Elder Louise Deli, Ima Yafa, Ima Rofa. So there's people that has been in the midst that has helped to mold and shape the mighty Hebrew. Hallelujah. Next slide. And if you want, you can interject, ask questions, whole question, however you want to do it. So You see here where it says Ben Ami Ben Yisrael, 1939 to infinity. He was born, Ben Ami was born 10/12/39, 1939. And we don't look at the physical, because remember, in my first album, I named it Mind, which means mental is never destroyed. So in that retrospect, Ben Ami lives on forever. We are sons to our people. Where he has laid down has affected Africa globally. Anybody that's on the ground in Africa and they go amongst Hebrew Israelite communities, they know the impact that Ben Ami has played, not only in the Hebrew communities throughout Africa, but geopolitical. Let me show you how powerful we are as Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals. Prince Asiel ben Yisrael is a true freedom fighter. Look at what Prince Asiel does. He had to serve 3 years in prison because it was said that he broke U.S. sanctions by not getting.
I need everybody to hit that like button too, man. I need everybody to hit that like button as we get into the live stream. I need everybody to hit the like button, you guys. Thumb up the video, support the channel. Very important for you guys to hit the like button. Let's get into it though, y'all. I need y'all to hit that like button. Let's get it.
Here to bring Israel back to the world as being a part of the continent of Africa, just as they were able to take the face of Kamata or Kemet or Kamau Mizraim and put it in the face of the world as this being a part of Africa. We can do the same with Israel. Hallelujah. Next slide. We're going to get it in. Let's get it in. So now, you see here, the 7 root cycles or races of the terrestrial cosmic era. So now, I have to start with the Polarian. So I need to break this down to y'all in stages so y'all understand. So let me get my notes real fast because I already got them, because I already knew I was going to need it. So my sister-in-law just said, Shalom Umi to my sister-in-law. She said, tag her in. Here's the link, sister-in-law. There you go. There. Excuse me, y'all. My sister-in-law wanted to see what's going on, so she just told me to, put it in. A bunch of people are asking me to do it. The link is on the front of my Facebook page. Everybody, y'all can see it. So now, the first portion here you see is known as the Polarian. In the Theosophical Society, they call it the Polarian root epic. Let me make something clear, because I keep hearing certain Israelites say that comes from Madam H.P. Blavatsky. No, it does not. Madam H.P. Blavatsky wrote a book called The Secret Doctrine, Volume 1 and Volume 2. In The Secret Doctrine, it is a commentary or explanational commentary on something known as the stanza of Zion. There are 2 copies left. It goes back 13,500 BCE. You have 2 copies, one in the Vatican and one in the monasteries in the Himalayas in Tibet. And what Madam H.P. Blavatsky did was wrote commentary on these root cycles or these root races. When they say races in the theosophical world, they don't mean races in the sense of how people use race, but they mean a root epic. So let's start. Remember I said earlier that you got 7 days, 7 root epics, 7 branch races, etc., etc. In your Strong's Concordance, if you look up the word for day, in Hebrew, it's pronounced as yom. It uses a yod, a waw, and a meme in the Hebrew. But we know the classical Hebrew that we have today, the script, also
Hey, shout out to everybody in the building. Appreciate that. Oh, appreciate it, bro. I will be leaving the link to this PowerPoint presentation in the description box. Shout out to Dr. Baker Williams. I appreciate you for coming in here, Doctor. Appreciate it. But I will be leaving the link to this presentation in the description box. So check the description box at the end of the video. I really appreciate everyone for tapping in. Shout out to everybody for tapping in, you guys. Also, I do want to shout out a few people that have support the channel. You know, I do want to shout out to a few people that has supported the channel, bringing it down to all we need is 18 people, right? Shout out to Warren. Shout out to Robert Smith, aka shout out to my boy, and shout out to Yanetta Ya. Shout out to Yanetta Ya, Rob, and Warren Jefferson for the Cash App donations. That brings it down to all we need is 18 more people to support the channel with a $3 Cash App donation. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to Empress. I'm on my magazine. I see you. Good look. Make sure y'all drop a fire emoji in the chat. Let's get it. Let's get it, bro.
Known as Babylonian Hebrew script. We didn't write in that script. We wrote more in an archaic pictorial Hebrew known as the Sinaitic Hebrew that didn't come from, but it was influenced from the Medu. And what I mean by influence, because we were in Kemet, just as Kemet influenced us while we were there, we also influenced them. Now we're talking about sociology. The Black conscious community makes it seem as though everything came from Egypt. Far from it. Egypt is post-Diluvian history. Egypt is not, as we know, going back to Ham or Ham, it's not as old as the antediluvian civilizations that I'm going to show you. So the first, as we can see here, is what you would consider the Polarian. So I want to read something. The first Yom or day in Bereshit, chapter 1, verse 5, chapter 1, verses 1 to 5 within Torah Constitution reads, on the abode of Yahweh Elohim, 100 years of Yahweh Elohim life equals 311 trillion, 40 billion human years, or the passing of time on earth. So one might say, well, where are you getting this information from? I'm getting it from the Yuga cycles. As I show you later on, I'm going to show you that the Hebrews came from out of the Tamal civilization and the Haraparian civilization of the Indus Valley. I'm going to show that there were two ores in my PowerPoint presentation. You have an ore in the Indus Valley going back 7,500 BCE. People like Brother Garfield like to stick it to Israelites that don't know there were two ores. They usually touch on the ore in Mesopotamia, not understanding that that Pacific ore became a colony of the original ore. This is why when they go to that ore, that's between the 9th to the 7th century BCE, which is way after Abraham, who was born 2166 BCE. So he came from out of a Hebrew tribe in the Indus Valley known as the Yadavas. And he left from the land of the Indus and went into Mesopotamia, then to Canaan land, then to Egypt. So now you see the first day, because Yawam in the Hebrew, you have a Yod, which is an outstretched arm. Then you have a wall, which is an image of a nail pressing down on something. Then you have the meme, which is symbolic to water or life. So when that arm, that outstretched arm of Yod presses down life, it is the containment of life, one who contains life. So it's not first day, second day, third day. It's actually the first containment of life, the second containment of life, the third containment of life. So each day really defined the root epic, which took trillions of years at a time. Watch this. The second Yawam, or a day, right? In Bereshit chapter 1, verse 6 to 8 within Torah Constitution reads, 1 year, because we went 1 month, now 1 year of Yahweh Elohim's time, which is his 12 months or 360 days, or some say 365 days, equals 3,110,040,000,000 human years. The third Yom or day in Bereshit chapter 1, verse 9 to 13 within Torah Constitution. This means 1 month. We went from 100 years, then we went to 1 year. Now we at 1 month, right? Of Yahweh Elohim time equals 259,200,000,000 human years, right? Now we in the 4th day. Now we're in what you would call the Hyperborean root race or root epic. The Hyperborean, now we're from the etheric world to now the molecular world. Now our bodies are solidifying more into a watery element. Remember, we made up of fire, air, water, earth, right? So you're seeing these stages. What we show at the Mighty Hebrew University is that we didn't come on the 6th day. We were there in all the root epic days. So wherever was functioning hypothetic in the 2nd so-called day, we were there. But our bodily structure was conditioned to be adaptable in that encasement that we was in at that Pacific time. So now we done went from the Polarian, because in the Polarian, you had the masculine and feminine Elohim. Remember, Elohim has a singular feminine with a masculine plural. These were the polarities that would mimic each other, like when one would mimic a cell. This is how we were given birth first. Then now you seeing us going into the watery element, which is known as Hyperborean. So now on the 4th day, Bereshit chapter 1, verses 10 to 19 within Torah Constitution. Now this means 124 hour of Yahweh, right? Time equals 8,640,000,000 human years. The 5th Yom or day, Bereshit chapter 1, verses 20 to 23 within Torah Constitution. This further means 1 hour, right, of Yahweh Elohim. Time equals 360 million human years. Now we at the 6th Yom. Now we're in the Lemurian root epic. See, now we dropping down. So now in Bereshit chapter 1, verses 24 to 31 within Torah Constitution, this also means 1 minute of Yahweh Elohim time equals 6 million human years. As we develop, we're going to get into what is known as the Ramorhos. We're going to get into the Ramorhos who broke off from the the Lemurian root epic 5.5 million BCE. They were incarnation of Elohim on earth. This is the line that the sons of Noah, this is their antediluvian bloodline. That's going to born later in history, post-diluvian. We're going to get into that. Also give a shout out to, I forgot, Zaquin Elnatan, Ben Adam. So now we have the 7th and last day or Yom, Bereshit chapter 2, verses 1 to 4 within Torah Constitution. And to conclude this, 1 second of Yahweh Elohim time equals 100,000 human years. Now, did you see how it was broke down, right? You see that it was broke down from 100 years to 1 year to 1 month to 24 hours, right? to 1 hour to 1 minute to 1 second. In the Yuga cycles, the 4 Yuga cycles that our forefathers and foremothers, the Yadavas, we formed this in the Indus Valley. This is what gave us the understanding of the Bereshit code. As we develop, we're going to get into the Tamar-Nadu root epic, which is called the Lumerian. We're going to get into the Patala root epic, which is now known as the Atlantean root epic. Then we're going to get into what is known as the Aryan root epic, which is the noble epic that we're in now. We're not in the 6th or 7th root epic yet. The 6th root epic, the Indigo epic, comes the next 24 to 25,000 years. Next slide.
So you're
it's
saying
about the book.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let me ask you a question. All right. So you're breaking it down. You're saying that it starts with the 100 years, 1 year, 1 month, week, day, hour, minute. In that sense, in comparison to the days or the yoms of the week, right?
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Just trying to,
Okay. All right. Exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
Pause this. Pause
But also understand.
I need y'all to drop them fire emojis in here, man. We got 186 people in here. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Share the live stream. Excuse me, drinking that soda, man. Making me belch. Yeah, man, we got 188 brothers and sisters in here, man. Hopefully y'all enjoying this live stream. I might open a panel. I might not. I don't know yet. I'm still debating on whether or not I'm going to open the panel today. Because I hate to open the panel when I can't screen share. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? I hate to open the panel when I can't screen share. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? So I'm ready to get my shit back up and running so I can be able to screen share again. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Why we needed 18 more people, man, to support the channel with the $3 Cash App donation. 18 more people. That's all we need. And we can make that happen with you guys' help, man. So let's make that happen, man. Let's make it happen. All we need is 18 more people to support with the $3 Cash App donation. Drop a fire emoji. Any questions? I don't know if I'm open panel, so I don't know. Shout out to everybody that is in the building. Let's make it work.
With the 100 years, 1 year, 1 month, week, day, hour, minute. In that sense, in comparison to the days or the yoms of the week, right?
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Cool.
But also understand we're a multi-dimensional people. So we can also, on this third plane right now, we can also look at it as a literal week too on this plane. But technically speaking, when we start getting to a higher plane of the story, because remember, Bereshit means in beginnings. So wherever you at consciously, it's right for that moment. So we can look at it as billions of years, trillions of years. Also, we can look at it as literal days, so we can have an understanding of how we deal with our cycles and seasons on this earth plane. So both is right. The problem when it becomes wrong, if you just look at it only as just 7 literal days, or you just look at it only based on what I said. I think both go hand in hand. Naturally, you're going to have the cosmic understanding of the 7 root cycles. And then you're going to have the celestial understanding. And then you're going to have the terrestrial understanding. So now while we are on this earth, because remember, it also shows us duality within the first page of Bereshit. So now when it says we will be able to use this for the signs and the seasons and determine our feasts. So now we can look at it as 7 days a week, etc., etc., counting your Omer 49 days, etc., etc. There's a science, but it goes back to these 4 Hebrew cosmological yuga cycles from out of the Indus Valley. Now, you got anything to add on? Did I answer that?
Yeah, you did. Go ahead.
Okay, so now this image right here is an image of us going into a state of ascent to descent. Evolutionists teach that we came by the way of descent to ascent from a primate or an animal into man, so to say. Verse, we're saying we are Elohim that incarnated in human form, but we shall die like man or like the other nations. When you read Psalms, the 82nd chapter, and it talks about how we are Elohim and the children of the Most High, but we shall die like man. That's because Israel, we're not man. We incarnated into man. We actually from another dimension. And as I continue to build on this presentation, you're going to see crystal clear when you're reading in the better sheet, what you're reading is Israel in Elohim form, time traveling by the way of Merkaba light, using the Sephardic tree of life from one dimension to another dimension. In the process of that travel, we're shedding off what is unnecessary, and it forms the universe. This is not the first universe that we form. This is why the universe is within a multiverse. There are many multiverse. You see what I'm saying? This universe or this solar system is only defined in this realm, but there are other multiverse. There are other verses within the multiverse that we have parts on or parts in. Go to the next slide. Because I'm trying to give the people a visual before we get into, okay, go ahead to the next slide. So here we are, Adam HaChachma and Tamanadu or Lumeria. Yeah, you skipped over there, yeah, right there. So you see this image of a man. Let me throw a little degree at y'all real quick. Now you see behind the man, right? You see a man and a woman. Let me throw this jewel. Look at the gangster disciples. The GDs represent the 6. Go to the vice lords. They represent the 5. Go to the Crip. They represent the 6. Go to the blood. They represent the 5. Go to the Israelites. They represent the 6. Go to the Moors. They represent the 5. Crip in the dictionary is like a place that you put a dead body in. So if the body is separated from the dam or the blood separated from the body, then there's no progress. When you take the 6 and put it on top of the 5, it becomes the separated tree of life. Remember, the 6 is Ha'adam Chachma, from the head to the torso, arm, leg, arm, head, penis. The 5 is arm, leg, arm, head. So one is the masculine principle, one is the feminine principle. You put it together, now you have the tree of life. This is what you're seeing. When you see that Kabbalistic symbol, there's nothing spooky about that. They try to give that to the years. They did not develop that science. That science goes back to ancient Tamal or ancient Lumeria that been around since infinity, so to say. They did not develop that. And we have to stop giving things to a new people. Now they have twisted and started dealing with the low vibrational sciences of these things and distorted these things, but these things don't belong to them. Go to the next slide. So now you have the root races and sub races. Now, if you look, because a lot of people, when they see these things, they don't know what they see, they don't know what they read it. Remember, we're dealing with antediluvian history, and we tell the antediluvian history by the way of the archaic symbols that still exist today through the mythos. When you're reading about mythology, you're reading about historical legends shrouded with adapt knowledge. So when you hear people say, oh, that's a myth, that's not true. The word myth they're using incorrectly. A myth is based on a true story or a true legend that's shrouded around adapt understanding of certain degrees of knowledge that the layman or with those of the adapt mind will call the profane, that they don't know what is being conveyed. This is why you hear a lot of these so-called Western academia scholars that say, oh, that pseudo, anything that you got to understand when they say that pseudo, they really attacking Eastern philosophy. That's what they're doing. They're anything that's dealing with Eastern tradition, just like they're trying to say, oh, y'all following the Abrahamic religion. No, we're not, because our way of life existed even before Abraham. It always existed. I'm going to show that the Hebrew always existed. It did not start with Abraham. That's a misnomer. That's things that people don't know and they don't understand and they don't know what they're talking about. They are only dealing with the surface Western academic literature or lineal literature based upon the understanding and lens from those that have them in captivity. They never dealt with Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalistic adapts. So because of that, they don't have an understanding of what they're dealing with. So now we're talking about the Lemurian or the Tamil Nadu root epic. So now if you look at the image that you see on the far left-hand side, you see where it says 3, Lemuria, 4 and 5. Now notice 4 is blank. The reason why 4 is blank because our bodies won't fully quit. Stop asking us for bodies. Stop asking us for bodies at that time. Remember the book of Psalms, the Tehillim says that our bodies were made out of glorious light. So we were roaming the planet more etheric, but because of that, we would just dissolve and there would be no bodily remains. So to ask us for a body during this time don't make no sense. Now, look at what you see, 5 and 6. Negro, Negroid, Negro. And then you see 7 is blank, and then it shoots over to what? 4, Atlantean. 1, Romoho. Romoho. These were the Lemurians that broke off from the Madagascar area, and they traveled up to the eye of the Sahara or West Africa, right? And pushed their empire all the way to the city of the Golden Gate, which became known as South America. And today we call that empire, we call it Atlantis. The correct name would be Patala or Atala. And then you see 2, the Tavaklis. The Tavaklis were the first natives of that Pacific land that we now call the Americas that came roughly 2.5 million BCE. It was the Romorhos through Shemjaza, the first Shem that's going to teach the Tavaklis what is known as diamond power or pyramid power. This understanding of pyramid power then gets past the number 3, which is known as the pre-Toltecs. Toltec is a Toltecian word that means builder, master builder. Don't think of the Toltecs that came later. These pre-Toltecs would be the descendants, the ancestors of the later Toltecs. Then you get the Turanians, the first original inhabitants. And when I say Turanians, I mean the pre-Turanians. the Black and New, all of them that inhabited what we know as China and all them different areas. Then you get your original pre-Shemites that came by the way of Shemjaza. There were two Shems in our history. When Noah named his son Shem 9,564 BCE, when he named his son Shem, it was after a distant relative of 850,000 BCE. We're going to get into that. Where you see the fourth root epic Atlantis, the fifth sub race of that, where it says original Shemite, they are those that descend from Shemjaza. Then you have the pre-Akkadians, and then you have the pre-Mongolians. And then if you notice, right, out of the fifth, the original Shemite, they broke off and created the Aryan root epic. Now you get the Hindu or the Egyptian, and you're going to see the first divine dynasties coming 210,000 BCE that was born from two societies. You had the Nagas that were coming from Tamil Nadu, or also known as India, that gave a rise to southern Egypt, and they started to build pyramid structures. And then you have the Nogals that came from an island in Atlantis or Patala known as Ruta. When it talks about them pre-dynastic pyramid wars, that was the Nagas and the Nogals. When Narmer came, 3400 BCE, and unified Upper and Lower Kemet, that was the unification because it was separated through pre-dynastic societies that existed way before the Sons of Ham. And then as you continue to see within this diagram, right, you see what? In the Aryan root epic. Now remember, Aryan is just a Hebraic Sanskrit word that only means noble. It ain't talking about races. And as you can see, you see the noble Shemites, the Iranians, the Celtics, you know what I mean? You see Australia, Latin America, et cetera, et cetera. And then you see the 6th and 7th, but they blank because they didn't come yet. Go to the next slide. Oh, it's about to, oh, you think I'm on fire now? Let's get it. Let's get it. See, the reason why I'm so confident in what I'm saying, and it's so easy for me to destroy these debates, is because when they talk, they only talk in post-Diluvian. Kemet is not an old civilization as we know. Babylon, Sumer, Indus Valley, as we know, post-Diluvian are not old. I'm showing y'all the origin of these post-Diluvian societies. Now you see right here, you see a map here of Lemuria at its prime. This is roughly 36 million BCE. When Ha'adam was in an ovarious state. When Ha'adam came into existence, it had both masculine and feminine principles within Ha'adam. The word Ha'adam don't mean man. When you go to the Strong's Concordance, it'll tell you Adam means man. No, it don't. The word man goes back to a Sanskrit word, manu, which means to think. When you look at the archaic Hebrew, Sinaitic pictorial Hebrew, you see for Ha'adam, the first word, hey, or ha, which is an image of a man with outstretched arms, which is inclusive to the woman too, standing in front of the northern star. Then you see the Aleph, which is symbolic to strength, first in rank, the first ruler, etc., etc. Then you see the Daleth, which is the image of a doorway or to go into something. Then you see the Meme, which is the image of waterways. When you put the Daleth and the Meme together, it becomes as the blood of grapes. So when you say Adam, you're saying firstborn or first blood, right? You put that ha there, now it becomes the firstborn or the first blood rising with outstretched arms. When a child is being born, what happens to the woman? Her water breaks, right? Correct, my lord? Her
Right.
water breaks.
Facts.
Right? You with me?
Yep.
Okay. And then in the process, water and blood. And when the child is born, the first thing that the child sees is the mother or the parents, and the child outstretched arms. So Ha'adam is defining a condition of birth from the earth's surface. This is why you have Ha'adam in correlation with Adamah. They go hand in hand because it's talking about birth in an ecological condition. Yes and no, man, but it goes deeper than that. When it talks about a rib was taken from Ha'adam, it's not talking about a literal rib. The Hebrew word is zalal, which is the feminine principle that resides in the Ha'adam. Originally, Ha'adam were given birth through the sweat glands through a pussy-like substance that will harden into a cocoon-like and would give birth. Remember, Ha'adam was neither a male nor a female, but an asexual or warriors being that have both masculine and feminine principle. When you go to Genesis 2:7, now you see Ha'adam going into a deep sleep. The sleep isn't talking about a literal life, but it was a condition of instinctive will that sooner or later would separate because one polarity within Ha'adam started to dominate another polarity. So now you're talking about the masculine polarity, which was intellectualism and psychological. Then you got the feminine polarity, which is spiritual and emotional. And this domination, it caused the separation. So now in Genesis 2:7, you get Zokar wa Nekiva. Now you get male and female. Now you're talking about masculine and feminine polarities transforming into male and female sex organs or sex principles. Now there's a separation. So for the Black conscious community that keeps saying women was on the planet first, that is 100% false. For certain segments in the Israelite community that's saying men was on the planet first, that is false. Both men and women came on the planet at the same exact time. Now, when you see this map right here, this is 36 million BCE. Excuse me, when we were in asexual state, so to say. Ha'adam wasn't separated by the way of sexes yet. Continue on. Go to the next slide. You want to see a better map or a more clearer map. Now you see right here, Lemuria, 46 million BCE, right? There was no Africa. There was no Asia. There was no Europe. There was none of these things. Remember, continental names are based upon a colonial understanding. This was the land surface, 36 million BCE. If y'all want to get these maps, my source is Legends of Atlantis and Lost Lemuria by W. Scott Elliott. Again, you can go to Legends of Atlantis and Lost Lemuria by W. Scott Elliott. I have the book right here. You can get it right here so y'all can see it. Okay? Get this. Also, another good book to read, Lemuria, A Civilization Time Forgot by Uno Mokuti or Mokorti. Get this one too. It's a real good one too. So as you look at how the world looks. Look at Africa. All the white is dumb land masses underwater. And as you can see, Africa isn't even developed as we know today. But there were people or beings, so to say, that were roaming the earth's surface. Go to the next slide. I'm going to show you something that came from the History Channel. This ain't something I'm saying. This is something that they're saying. Notice it talks about Kamoin Kumdum. That is the Sanskrit term of ancient Lemuria. And you see Madagascar connected to that. Now it's funny. When you look at the flora and fauna of India, it's the same as Madagascar. Thus, you got lemurs from which the word Lemuria was derived from. You have lemurs in Madagascar, the same as the lemurs of India. How is that? Unless they were able to walk, lemurs had to be able to travel back and forth. That's how we know that there was a body of land, massive land there. And not only that, they done did scuba diving expedition, into the water, and they found elements of a lost civilization in that part of the Indian Ocean. So we know that there was a landmass there. Continue on to the next slide. Now, this is where it's going to get heated. Okay. So now, yes, bring that picture down. Yup, so you can see. So now, I was saying that there was a devolution and not an evolution. We at the Mighty Hebrew University teach a system that man did not derive from apes or primates, but primates derived from man. Now, one might say, can you prove that? Let's find out. Before I prove it scientifically, I want to show you the mythos behind it. So I have here on the note, who is Hanuman? The word human goes back to this Sanskrit word, Hanuman, part human, part monkey. Hanuman is a central character in the Hindu epic Ramayana. He is generally depicted as a man with the face of a monkey tail, and a long tail, often described as the son of Pawan, the Hindu god of wind. Hanuman is known for his extraordinary daring fleets, strength, and loyalty. Now, it's funny. When you watch the movie Planet of the Apes, right? Because they actually got the story Planet of the Apes from the Ramayana. And you're going to see that word Rama come up again. Remember that word, brother, Rama, because it's very important to understand that the Indus Valley Records is giving you the history of hybridization. That's why during post-Diluvian times in the Torah, the Most High didn't want us to mix with certain nations because they had that hybrid seed in them. This is not something that is made up. This is a fact. Watch this. Go to the next slide. So bring him down a little bit so you can see him. So this is right here, Hanuman, the Hindu god, this monkey god that was created by Rama. Remember that word, Rama. Go to the next slide. Watch. Remember that word, Rama, because it's very important that you remember this word. Checkmate. Now, the oldest bones were not found in Africa, not in Tanzania. There were older bones that were found. Guess what their names are called? Ramapithecus. Ramapithecus. You see that name, Rama? Did we not just go into the Ramayana records? And the Ramayana records teach that the god Rama created Hanuman, this monkey man god, right? We got the Ramapithecus, 14.5 million BCE, that they found in the Indian subcontinent, right? As we continue to read in the archaic records, we're going to read something known as the sin of the mindless. Within the sin of the mindless is going to talk about how the Lemurians were mixing with species not a part of their family, or the Tamanadulians were mixing with beings that weren't a part of their human family, and they produce these hybrids such as Ramapithecus, Australopithecus, Homo erectus, Neanderthalians. In the process of the mixing, created two distinct genes, scientifically known as the ghost gene DNA, right? And also the RH monkey DNA. You're going to see this. And this is when you're going to see in the sin of the mindless, because they call it that because at this time we weren't fully coursed in our bodies. So we were still dealing with forms of instinctive will, so to say. Remember when we read in the Genesis, it says they have become as gods, knowing good and evil.
Right.
It should say they have become conscious.
Pause this.
Remember,
shout out to everybody in the building, man. I just want y'all to get the full dialogue. Some of the shit I agree with, some of the stuff I don't. He is actually dropping some heat right now. Shout out to not a coincidence, them great intelligent hominid species ancestors. He looking cute or she looking cute. I don't know what the fuck he got going on. He got a perm. He chilling right now. Shout out to my boy. Hey man, all we need is 16 more people because we got the Green Goddess and Ricardo D just sent in Cash App donations. Also, shout out to Sean P for the Cash App donations. 16 more people to send in the $3 Cash App donation. We have reached the goal. All we need is 16 more people. A1, hit the link, man. Let's get it.
Man, they have become Manu. They are now thinkers, knowing good and evil. Go to the next slide. If they don't believe me, we just source it up. Ain't that what they say? Source it up. Go to the next slide. Remember Ramapithecus. Yeah, remember. Why is it called Ramapithecus? Ramapithecus, a fossil anthropoid ape of the Miocene epoch, right? Known from remains found in Southwest Asia.
Pause this. Hey, my boy Ricardo D also said, man, for the fire build last night, y'all was on fire. If y'all did not get to check out the heavyweight jam last night, Untouched one, aka A1, Dr. Longo, aka Old World Florida, and Big Bout, aka Aboriginal Power, man. It was some heat last night, man. Make sure y'all go check that one out, man. That was definitely a heavyweight jam, you guys. Hey, we got the Sister Flood in the building. I see everybody in the building as well. Thompson one, Carbon Crowns, Alberto. I see y'all, man. Hope all is well with you guys. Can I get y'all to drop a fire emoji in the chat? And can I get a couple people to hit that like button? We almost had 200 people in here. We all going to continue to live stream. I just wanted to check in with you guys, make sure the audio is good. If the audio is good, drop a fire emoji in the chat and we're going to continue this live stream. I needed to see the whole chat flooded with fire emojis if the audio is good. Also, let's get a few more likes in the building, man. Let's get a few more likes in the building, you guys. I see some fire emojis already, so let's go.
And East Africa, and probably ancestry to the orangutan. It is named from Rama, talking about that Hindu deity, plus Greek Pithecus, 8, the Rama 8. So when they say Ramapithecus, when they found these bones in the Indian subcontinent, it reminded them of the story of the Ramayana, a Rama through the hibernization, borning the Hanuman or the Hanuman, or this beast-like man from which the movie Planet of the Apes came. Go to the next slide. Don't believe me. Don't believe what I'm saying. Look it up, because you're going to see. Let me see. Yup, okay. Okay, yup. So now, because we're going to get to the scientific data from the Smithsonian Institute, but first we're going into Legends of Atlantis and Lost Lemuria, right? By W. Scott Elliott. Go to the next slide, because now we're talking about the center of the mind. Where I'm doing this, I'm showing the archaic records first. And then from there, I'm going to show the scientific data is going to align with how they finding these bones today, my Lord. How they finding these Ramapithecus, these Australopithecus, these Homo erectus, these Neanderthalians, these Cro-Magnons. These bones are real, but they're not given the explanation of how these bones, these humanoid / monkey-like men bones came about. This came about through hibernization. And I'm showing this is the origin of the so-called white race. The origin of the so-called, they're not descendants of Noah. The so-called white race are not descendants of Noah. What happened, elements of the descendants of Noah went up and start mixing with Neanderthalians who uphold the Rh monkey DNA gene through admixtures of different species. Here at the Mighty Hebrew University, we don't teach a monogenesis. We teach a polygenesis. During different dispensations and root epochs of time, you had those that were earthbound and those that came from other star constellations. We're going to prove, just like the Hebrews, we're not from this plane. We incarnated in human form 5.5 million BCE. We're going to get into that. So we at the sin of the mindless. It says the shameful acts of the mindless men. At the first separation, go to the next slide. At the first separation of the sexes. When it talks about the first separation of the sexes, now we talk about Adam or Ha-Adam. Remember, Ha-Adam was neither a male nor a female, but an asexual warrior's being that had both masculine and feminine principles, which later formed into the sexes, right? And the separation took a 3 million year period. So we talk in the Miocene period, roughly 21 million BCE to 18 million BCE, right? It says the separation, of the sexes had best be referred to in the words of the stanza of the archaic book of Zion. No commentary is needed, meaning this brother here is quoting from the secret doctrine. He like, we're not even going to use the commentary. We just going to read what the stanza of Zion records say itself. Watch this. This during the third race.
Yeah, I know you got something to say, big brother.
Yeah, hey, see, look, you people in the chat room, right, who got a disagreement with this brother. This is the reason why people can't learn, or why people be foreign to a lot of information that we be speaking. The man just said he don't agree with everything he said, like we don't agree with nothing everybody says. But this man is dropping some good information.
Absolutely.
Dropping some wonderful, yeah. I'm sorry you guys ain't been in them schools of thoughts to where you can cross-reference this information and apply this shit to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, he dropping some good information, y'all. And it's like, you know, it ain't got nothing to do with being no Israelite. Dodge the Israelite part of it. And then just attach yourself to the rest of the information that he's kicking, man. Peace to the gods, man.
Peace to the guys, man. Let's continue the live stream. Drop a fire emoji in the chat. Also, before we continue, I do want to shout out to a couple of people that supported the channel. Shout out to LLC, right? Shout out to LLC and Sean Prelow. Shout out to Sean Prelow and LLC for the cash out donation. Also, shout out to Rodney Lewis for the cash out donation. Shout out to Rodney Lewis. We appreciate you, bro. Real talk. Shout out to everybody that's in the motherfucking building, man. This is a heavyweight jam. Eat the meat, spit out the bones. Like I'm gonna keep reiterating it. I don't agree with everything, but it is some shit that I definitely concur with. All right. So I'm gonna need y'all to hit that like button, thumb up the video, and support the channel. All right. Let's get it.
Talking about the Lemurian. Because remember, I showed you that diagram. And did it not say that the Lemurians, the original Lemurians, they were Negroes? And I'm going to show you in the same book when it describes the Lemurians that they were mahogany black. This is what these people are saying out of their mouth. During the third race or the third root epic, the boneless animals, right? The boneless animals, let me get that. Matter of fact, I just go in my book instead of looking at it from there. So let me just go in here. Excuse me for a second, y'all, because I was reading from here. It is. During the third race or the root epic, the boneless animals grew and changed, and they became animals with bones, and their bodies became solid. So remember, I was telling you, we went through stages. The animals even went through stages. There was a time where we was boneless, and as time developed through this emanation, we started to solidify more. It comes to say the animals separated first, meaning now they are male and female. They began to breed. The twofold man also separated. They saying the twofold man, meaning Ha'adam, that have both the masculine and feminine polarity principles within the self, right? Separated into male and female sexes. Now there's a separation, right? He said, come, let us, as they, meaning the animals, let us unite and make creatures. And they did. And those that had no spark, meaning those that were dealing with instinctive will, they didn't have the Yah sense, the Yah consciousness, right? Watch, had no spark, took huge she animals into them. Remember, Rama, born the Ramapithecus, the beast man. Did we not just read that? Remember, I ain't even get to the scientific data yet. I'm showing the archaic records showing that there were documents written through first oral tradition and then written in the Ramayana records, the Purana records, the Vag Veda, the Tanakh. It's showing that the hybridization came from species that weren't a part of our human family, that we were mixing with, that born and developed these hybrids. Let's continue on. Took huge she animals into them. They begot upon them dumb races. Dumb they were themselves, but their tongues untied. Remember Planet of the Apes, Caesar? Let's keep going. The tongues of their progeny remained still. Monsters they bred. A race of crooked, red head covered monsters going on all fours. The orangutan, the different ape-like species, the white race that was in the caves on all fours. Am I lying, my Lord? Doesn't this starting to make sense more, right? You see where I'm going. You with me?
Talk that talk. Let's go. I'm with you.
Right? I'm showing the archaic records. It's going to align with the science. Nobody in the history of the Black conscious Hebrew Israelite community has done this. I am showing that the archaic records is verifying the scientific data that there were races or species that weren't a part of our hominoid family that died out, that came by the way through hybrid. Watch. Let's continue on. A race of crooked, red-haired, covered monsters going on all fours. Go to the next slide. A dumb race to keep the shame untold. And an ancient commentary adds, when the third separated and fell into sin by breeding men animals, these, the animals became ferocious, and men, and they mutually, and they became mutually destructive. So then there was no sin. No.
My boy stepped away. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I had to mute it. I can't stop the video, but I can mute it.
Okay, yeah. Now you see he cross-referencing. You understand what I'm saying? He cross-referencing. He ain't just using one source.
Right.
He using other sources to basically prove his claim. You see what I'm saying? That's how you do research. You can't read from one fucking article or one fucking book and think that fucking book is right and exact, especially when there's people who are opposed to any of that. Now I like his term on the thing Lemuria, that map he showed of Africa being a little ass a little piece of land. He showed that shit years ago, and I actually forgot all about that. But definitely, man, when brothers like this be building or whatever, like me personally, I ain't got no problem with him saying he a Hebrew. I'm taking this information and I'm gonna apply this information to Aborigines.
As you should.
Exactly, man.
You
Peace.
know, and this is what we do about critical thinking. We don't want to be programmed with somebody else's downloaded perspectives. We want to be able to analyze the data and look at it from your own perspective and see if you come up with the same conclusion. All right.
And one more AAP, listen
Go
too,
ahead,
right?
bro.
See, these niggas, when they do research, they just looking for pros. They not looking for cons. They looking for pros. They looking for anything pro, try to dispute what's being said. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, real reach when one thing Mighty Hebrew said in the beginning, that they created a narrative. You know what I'm saying? He said they created a narrative off their history. And people resort back, like, we see this shit all day long.
Fact.
People resort back to their history, and then they try to just read. They reading from the narrative, like, not a coincidence. He read from the European narrative, straight from the European narrative, along with a lot of other people. You have to be able to cross-reference information. You can't take none of this shit verbatim, or I don't care if it's, even if you think it's source, you still have to research it. Peace
Hey,
to God, man.
Flood, calm down in the chat. You goddamn wench. Calm down. Just eat the meat, spit out the bones, heifer.
Better. So now you're seeing the incarnation. This is where we come about. 5.5 million, right? Let us teach them better. Least worse shit happened. They did. Then all men became endowed with manners. Remember, the English word man goes back to the Sanskrit word manu or manus, which means to think, thought. They saw the sin of the mindless, the origin of the pithecoid and anthropocoid apes. Listen, watch this. The anatomical resemblance between man and the higher ape, so frequently cited by Darwinists as pointing to some ancestor common to both, presents an interesting problem, the proper solution of which is to be sought for in the esoteric explanation of the genesis of the pithecoid stocks. Now, we gather further from the Secret Doctrine, right? Volume 2, page 683 and 689, that the descendants of these semi-human monsters described above as originating in the sin of the mindless, those dealing with instinctive will, having through long centuries dwindled in size and became more densely physical, accumulating in a race of apes in the white race. At the time of the Miocene period, did we just not read that the Ramapithecus, then we just looked that up and it said that they came during the time of the Miocene period. But the scientists are not giving us the explanation of how all this happened.
Right.
We're showing here at the Mighty Hebrew University that all this happened through the process of hybriding with other species that weren't a part of our human family. Facts. This is how you get the ghost gene DNA in certain African tribes. That's how the ghost gene DNA got here. Not either, the ghost gene, this mysterious ancestor that we don't know. No, you were hybrid with other species that weren't a part of your human family, which in turn created ghost gene DNA. You hybrided with the Neanderthalians that have RH rampus DNA. Facts. Let's build. Let's get it. Right? the Miocene period,
Hey,
from which in their turn are descendants the Pithecoids of today.
Yo, that's where all your haplogroups come from.
Right.
You stupid motherfucker. That's where all your haplogroups come from. That's what they picking up in your DNA.
Run that back like 10 seconds, man.
But no, I don't mean to keep cutting him, but he dropping some shit.
No, he is, bro. He is. It's plenty more. This like a part one to a whole series breakdown. This shit is extensive.
Yeah.
This ain't no demigod get fresh out of an African mind state for you. You know what I'm saying? You got to be seasoned for this. This is what we call the conscious universe level type shit. And when we get
and it's metaphysical too. It's like he an Israelite and he's speaking some shit that other Israelites don't even dare go down. They don't go down. They don't go down this path that Mighty Hebrew went down. You know what I'm saying? He done dropped a lot of good shit over the years, man. Shout out to him. Yesterday we did yesterday AP did a lean, and that was a heavyweight. And like I said, man, whether you agree with any of these individuals or whatever, just respect them for their research. That they're a good researcher and they don't fall for the narrative. Well, to certain extents they don't, because he also is an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? But he gotta spin to that shit too, to where he could kind of convince you of the historical ramifications if you really heard how he connect everything. So
right. Let's continue, guys. Let's continue.
Facts. Let's build. Let's get it. Right? The Miocene period, from which in their turn are descendants the Pithecoids of today. With these apes of the Miocene period, however, the Patalians or the Atlanteans of that age renewed the sin of the mindless, this time with full responsibility. So now they on their own, literally having sex with other species that were a part of their human family. This is why the scripture tell us, don't lay with animals, don't lay with beasts, because in antediluvian times they were doing that. Telling us not to mix our seed with different seed when we plant. We weren't to deal with nothing hybrid. Right? Watch this. Renewed the sin of the mindless. This time, go to the next slide. This time with full responsibility and the results of their crime or the species of apes, now known as the anthropoids. Next slide. Go to the next slide. We are given to understand that in the coming six-root race, these anthropoids will attain human incarnation in the bodies, doubtless, of the lowest races then existing upon the earth. So what they trying to say is going to be like a former planet of the apes. That part of the Lemurian continent where the separation of the sexes took place and where both the fifth, fourth, and the fifth sub-races flourish is to be found in the earlier of the two maps. It lay to the east of the mountainous region of which the present island of Madagascar formed the part. I just showed y'all the map. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. I'm done with that. Go to the next slide. So now you see, bring that down a little bit so they can see. So now you see the diagram, right? Diagram 11, primordial astral man. You see the Keta, the head. Then you see the astral race. I already broke all that down. When you see the first part, you talking the etheric or the polarian. Then you get the astral race more or less. Now you're talking about the Hyperborean. Then you see the third race, and then the third again, and the fourth. So the right-hand side is us. The left-hand side is the beast of the field, like your primates and apes and all that. Remember how the scientists, now watch this, bro. You remember how the scientists talk about there's a missing link? You want to know what the missing link is? The missing link is you in your astral body. Look at the diagram. you can clearly see the missing link is us. You see the very first part right there on the top. That's us in our etheric state.
Hey,
As
music,
we're
music,
descending,
going in right now. I need y'all to pay attention. I'm dropping the link in the chat. Come on in, pile up in the waiting area. I'm gonna let y'all on one at a time every couple minutes, like goddamn WWF Battle Royal. You understand me? I'm gonna let y'all in one at a time, like WWF Battle Royal. So just come on in, hit that link, be respectful. You know what I'm saying? If you want to challenge the information, do it articulable. All right, let's continue, you guys. Drop those fire emojis in the chat. Also, I want to shout out to the brother Vaughn. Shout out to Vaughn for the Cash App donation, and shout out to Christopher Brown for the Cash App donation. Shout out to Vaughn and Christopher Brown. We appreciate that.
the bodily structure that is
Shout out to
best
everybody that's
needed
in the
goes to the
building
right
too.
side.
Shit.
And then the left
I'm not
side,
even
it
gonna do that.
becomes the residue. That's them. So we didn't evolve from apes. Apes is a devolution of you. You see how Darwin
Mute that again.
reversed the process. There's the diet.
Hey, run that back like 10, 15 seconds. We just told y'all
Yes. Yes.
that we don't come from no fucking common ancestors. That nigga, you are the common, and we created our life. If we created the so-called pale skins at a certain point in time at a particular epoch, what make you think we didn't create these hominids millions of years ago as well? Just as a training. You know how you dissect the frog before you dissect the human, and later on in life, this is that same development process of trial and error. And in this development stages. So no, man, you do not come from no monkey. You actually created that shit.
Hey, look, and see the thing of it is this, right? See, a lot of this shit, people still rehabbing from what they learn in the general education system. So this a lot of this shit right here is over people's head. Like some things will blow your mind if you never heard it before. You're not privy to this type of information. Real talk. Some shit'll blow your mind. And it's like, at the end of the day, you have to be, if you want to be a stew or whatever, I don't care for people approval. I do what I want to do. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what
If,
I'm
if
on.
people like the information, they come through and come build on it. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it ain't just about like, what we think Indians and all this other shit. It's above that. Because what he mentioned, he mentioned Velosky in the Secret Doctrine. You understand? And like when you get into Velosky talks about, and this is in the 1800s, and they talking about Atlantis and Lemuria. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying whether people believe it or not, because even the lower self entities still had access to certain knowledge that we didn't have.
No, that's true. That's true. So we just gotta eat the meat and spit out the bones. This shit is deeper than what you think. If you believe you've been here since the beginning of the time, then why you just keep on being confounded to these 9,000, 5,000, 12,000? When we find it in our own document Aboriginal literature from our ancestors, what they understood, what they knowledge, they documented their existence and their ecosystem going back to 477 octillion years, and that's according to the Macintosh stele. Okay, that's according on the Macintosh stele. It states according in their language, according to transliterated forms from this codex, it says that they've been around for 470 octillion years.
And let me say one more thing, right? Everybody, I know all of y'all in the chat room ain't atheists. I know y'all believe in some entity, some higher entity. I don't give a fuck
I'm
what
an
you want to
atheist
call
though. I ain't gonna lie,
it.
but
Alright, I mean, you didn't did a foxhole prayer before, nigga.
hell yeah, I prayed to
Alright, then. So
God.
did it come true?
Hell no.
Did it eventually come true throughout the time?
Bro, I'm still waiting, bro. Like no
Nigga,
bullshit. Like
nigga, I
I'm
prayed with
patiently. Hey, patience is a virtue. So
man, listen, man. I'm just saying some things is instant, but no, I know everybody in the chat room ain't atheists. They don't believe in no high. I'm not saying whatever the name of it is. The name could be motherfucking Louis. I don't know what his name is. I know that the people created names from whatever deity or whatever energy that governs this universe or governs this plane or it governs you as an individual. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you definitely have to be open-minded. Like we can't always like some people I damn sure ain't like I don't know. I don't know what to say. Well, I don't know what to tell people. Go ahead. I mean, I'm done.
Hey man, no, that's some heat, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. We about to continue. We got 208 people in here, man. If you're enjoying the live stream, hit the poll in the chat, man. We about to continue. Drop a fire emoji if you can hear and see, man. We got one participant on here. We're gonna bring nonetheless on. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. We can continue now. Let's go.
As we're
Also,
descending,
that link can come on.
the bodily structure that is best needed goes to the right side.
Oh, I'm down.
And then the left side, it becomes the residue. That's them. So we didn't evolve from apes. Apes is a devolution of you. You see how Darwin reversed the product? There's the diagram right there. They reversed it. They made it seem as though everybody evolved from an animal species. No, these apes, these pithecoids, and these anthropocoids, they are a devolution of man. Checkmate. You got anything to say, brother, before you go to the next slide?
Nah, it's all on you, brother.
Right now.
Oh, it's all on me. Okay. So go to the next slide. So I'm coming from out of my book. I'm going to read this real fast. Our True History of the Diaspora and Our Freedom. So this is what I say in this. I say, let me make this bigger real quick. Yep. So I say, we always hear statements that humanity evolved from pithecoid and anthropocoid apes by the way of evolutionists. But we have an ancient record from out of Elam, India, known as the Book of the Stanza of Zion, which tells a different story about the origin of apes and even the Euro-Gentile. And the 2-volume book entitled The Secret Doctrine, right? Volume 2, page 683 and 689, H.P. Blavatsky states that the Book of Stanza of Zion, the said oldest book in the world when pertaining to the creation of the cosmos and man, which the sages of India trace back 311 trillion, 40 billion years ago. The book comes from out of the Indus Valley, show that apes evolved from wicked men that were dealing in the black arts, black magic. The above mentioned ancient Indus Valley book teaches that monkeys also rose from inbreeding between the ancient Lemurians and the higher animal stock, while anthropocoid apes come by the way of inbreeding a less progressive stock from among the ancient Atlanteans. In the book Man and Evolution, on page 99, they want sources. Y'all say source it up, right? Okay. Man and Evolution on page 99, right? By G.D. Perkerer states, the apes and the monkeys have traces of human blood in their veins. The monkeys, a single dose, so to say, of the knowable strain, and the apes, a double dose of the same. But no man, meaning the original Edenic people, had one drop of either simian or anthropocoid blood in their veins. Page 185, 186. Human embryos develop by the 4th week, a well-defined tail, right? A well-defined tail, as you see in the image below. And we'll get to that image. It teaches its maximum length in the 6th week, where it may have as many as 12 vertebrae, after which it begins to regress, becoming a cactus tail. So in the archaic records, it's known as the Conda buffer. Mm-hmm. And what they teach is that in these different secret societies, that the Conda buffer was connected to the Earth's surface. And what it was doing is when the Conda buffer would drag on the Earth's surface, it will formulate into a magnetic field. to protect the earth, so to say. And later on, when it wasn't needed anymore, it developed a coccyx bone or a tailbone, so to say. The coccyx in humans and apes, therefore, and that's why you see so-called white people with it today. The coccyx in humans and apes, therefore, represent a visual tail. However, this does not require a belief in a simian ancestry, for theosophy says that the ethereal human forms in the third round were ape-like and had a short tail. The 6 week of embryonic development also corresponds to the mid, second, and early third root races of the present round. The loose of the tail has actually reached a more advanced stage in the gorilla than in man, because the gorilla coccyx consists of only 3 vertebrates, whereas in human, it generally consists of 4 and 5. This was said to have happened during the Miocene period. Here we go again, from which in their turn are descended from pithecoids of today from the ancient Lemurians. It states the episode of inbreeding. The stanza of Zion states that those who had no spark, non-self-conscious humans, took huge she animals into them, which belong to several species and were quite different from any known today, and begot upon them dumb races. The offspring are described as a race of crooked, red-haired, covered monsters going on all fours, as we all see in the picture below. A truly pithecoid species now extinct. The commentary also states, red-headed. Who has red hair? Swearing men going on all fours, who bend and unbend, stand erect and fall on their hands again, and speak as their forefathers, and run on their hands as their giant forefathers and mothers. The Secret Doctrine 689 and 720. While the ancient Black Atlanteans brought forth the anthropoid apes and ape-like creatures, the Eurogentiles of today, this was said to have happened in around 16 million years ago. In the book Studies in Occult Philosophy by G.D. Prickler, 1973, page 123, it reads, the most human of the apes died out, particularly because the Atlanteans, realizing the sin of their own less evolved men, made war upon them, war of extermination, and also because the surroundings were not conducive to the continuance of this partly human, partly animal race. Could this be the deep, dark, hidden story beyond the origin of the European? Could it be that the European may not be a descendant of none of the sons of Noah? Only the least progressed of the apes were allowed to live by the Atlanteans. This could be the reason why the Europeans attached themselves to the story of Atlantis, because it was the original Black Atlanteans that cared for them when the Black Lemurians didn't, but wanted to exterminate, wanted them exiled. Watch this, wanted them exiled. And the apes today are descendants of those who were allowed to, hold on, next slide, who were allowed to continue and live. In ancient Indus Valley Shemitic Elamite spiritual thought, the children of Elam believed that the souls are incarnated in monkeys and apes, and that they had not quite reached their human stage. In the epic poem from the children of Elam called the Ramayana, the apes are depicted as far more human-like than they are today. They even talk and have their own governments and laws, like the movie Planet of the Apes. Is the Euro-Gentile or the European telling us by way of movies that their origins are ape in nature and not human? Look at the so-called monkey god Hanuman, who fights by the side of Rama against the Rakshasas of Lanka. in the great epic war of India. This story is viewed by many to be the depiction of the beast, which their records show that they're the fathers and mothers of the white race. Man on the side with humans fighting. Go to the next slide, my lord. So what we saying at the Mighty Hebrew University, this is my book right here, Our True History, the Diaspora, and Our Freedom, that was written in 2017. Go to the next slide. Now you see right here, I thought I gave you, let me make sure. I swear I gave you, go to the next slide. But that right there is showing the Neanderthalians right there, that this talks about the bone mystery, the ancient humans have sex with other species than Neanderthalians. So right here, we see that they know and they have a knowledge, because it says down the bottom, the knowledge of our human origins has taken a huge leap forward after anthropologists decoded the DNA, right, of a bone as old as 400,000 years old, revealing that our ancestors may have had sex with more species of early humans than previously thought. So there were other species that weren't a part of the human family. I think I'm missing a slide. Maybe
That part right there, I don't agree with.
Yeah, I mean, it's a couple things I don't agree with. You know,
I'm just saying that part
I don't
right
agree
there.
that it was a transsexual race of feminine men and a woman mixed
But
together.
when
You
they
know,
tell
so
about hermaphrodites and shit, I mean, I hope ain't nobody seen one of them motherfuckers, but you didn't hear stories about them. But what he just said right there, right? He mentioned who did he mention that we talk about in the Yucatan? The monkey guy, right?
right.
And
Yeah,
then
yeah,
he went into
yeah.
this is
Honduras,
where
right?
this is where the European came from, right?
According to my research, right?
And now remember, but these came via genetic experiments. That's what they talking about. Them labs that's in the Yakubatan that they can't get to, that they had to use the radar to see what the fuck was going on.
Right.
So it's like, you could take that information and cross-reference that or whatever. For those who like this sort of information right here. You know what I'm saying? This man just said right here, look, this is pseudo to somebody who never heard it, but this man just said that the apes came from us. Some people still believe we came from apes.
Yeah, people think we're homosexual when we're heterosexuals. We're not like any of the rest of these people. If anything, they got a little bit of us in them. We don't have nothing of them inside of us.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm talking about?
Exactly.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Let's continue this thing. Shout out to everybody that's in here. Drop a fire emoji. Let's continue. Shout out to the Mighty Hebrew. We got nonetheless on here. I will be allowing him to get it in. We got Alabama in the back. We will be bringing him in. I'm gonna drop the link one more time in the chat. Y'all come on and pal in the waiting section. Like I said, I'm gonna bring y'all in one at a time, and we're gonna fill up the goddamn panel like a battle royal. You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember the yeah, right?
Ain't no sound, AP.
missing the slide. Let me see. I might I might have, yup, I didn't put that slide in. No, I sure didn't. Is there a way I can pass you this one slide real quick and you can show it?
Yeah, send it to me.
Okay, good. Because it comes right after that. that this slide definitely has to be shown, because this is the slide from the it comes from the Smithsonian Institute.
All right.
So I want in the I'm about to I'm getting it right now. Just give me a quick second. If possible, could you play a song real quick while I get it?
All right, let's go ahead and find some.
Right. I see your audience is people watching. I see.
Oh yeah, they came in here. What you talking about tonight?
Yeah. Yeah. So play number 5, 9 Eat the Bean, while I get it.
All right. This off the new album?
Yup, Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon.
All right, hold on. Let me get the WhatsApp back up.
So the people can go cop that. I thought I had put this in, but I see that I didn't, so I'm going to grab this real fast. Give me a second, family.
All right.
Check this song out, 9 Eat the Bean.
And I really don't want to open a panel. I really just want to just let the people enjoy it and then get into the comment section, actually. But I've already dropped the link.
1 second. You said number 5?
Okay, now, Donnie.
All right, can you hear that?
I heard something.
You heard something? All right, hold on a second.
Yeah. And
hold on. Try to do it without sharing the whole screen.
Right. And I already found I found it too. I put it in the inbox for you. I found what I was looking for.
All right, hold on 1 second. That beat kind of hard. I want to play it now. Let's see. All right, yeah, go ahead. Let's run that. Let's run that. Let's come back to the song. I'm gonna figure this out real quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to download it real quick. But yeah, you send it to me through okay, I see it. I got you.
Yup.
I got you. Let's get that real quick.
That got to be shown. It's got to be shown. And then we can go back to where I left off. Because they always like source up. Source, that's their favorite thing. Source up, right?
Right.
Ain't that what they say?
Right.
And all night thus far, for an hour and 50 minutes, have I not been sourcing up?
Come on, man. Source after source.
We are the source.
Yeah. For real. And it's a beautiful thing, you know what I'm saying, to be able to present the information in this fashion. It's a special skill set that you got, my brother, to retain all this information and to present it in this fashion. I understand it.
I'm gonna finish this up to part 2 tomorrow. We'll just build on what we heard so far. Shout out to everybody in the building. We're gonna be getting out of here in the next 30-45 minutes. So let's get it in, man. Let's build. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get it. We got A1, Hanu. We got Nonetheless, 111 True Searcher, Sister Soul Main Radio, Zab, Alabama, and DJ Cutte.
Yeah, peace to the God.
Keep them running, Copper Color Grizzly.
Yeah, y'all kind of touched on what I was going to talk about anyway, with the monkey god and the correlation they're trying to say in India. Although India is an interesting place because they do have a lot of experimental human genes going on over there. If you look at their history, they have a very long history of birth defects in India. I mean, people born with two heads, Siamese, you know what I mean, twins, people with more than one arm, you know what I'm
Hell yeah.
saying?
Some
Like
Goro.
more, I mean, more than two with one arm, two arms and shit, three arms. I mean, bro, it's very crazy over there, man, with how people live too. I mean, I haven't really
Nonetheless,
got deep into it. Yeah,
nonetheless,
bro.
where is Siam, and where is Siam, and why did they actually get a phrase coining an abnormality, an abnormality?
You mean in India?
Where is the kingdom of Siam?
That's that. I don't know. Is that Sri Lanka?
They call them Siamese twins. You said it yourself, right?
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happened over there, man, I'm trying to pinpoint because you know when their religion is Buddha, but like Dr. Longo and A1 was building on yesterday, how Buddha's mom is Maya. You know what I'm saying? And that's
And
from
they,
here.
yeah, and they,
Nonetheless, you believe in theosophy now, man? You follow Madame Blavatsky?
And bro, you know I don't take you serious, bro. I don't even know why you
I,
ask me no
I
questions,
mean, I
man.
had the secret
You be
doctrine, bro.
you
All that
be
come out
you
the
be
secret
joking too
doctrine.
much,
All that come out the
nigga.
secret doctrine, bro. I was on this before any of y'all, man.
No, you ain't on nothing.
I was on this. That come out
How's
of
it
the secret
secret? How's it
doctrine, bro.
secret if you know about? Hold up. How's
I'm
it secret if you know about it, yo?
He took the thing about the root races and all that, the same thing that was all in the secret doctrine, bro. It
How's it
wasn't in the
secret if
I
you
don't
know
know if it
about
was
yo?
in the
How's it
ISIS
secret?
papers
Yo,
yet.
how's it secret if you know about it though, bro? What you talking about,
I don't
yo?
know if it was ISIS Unveiled yet. No, the book is called Secret Doctrine by Madame Blavatsky. That's how I know you've been cherry picking off of people that went to the source. The source is Madame Blavatsky's Secret Doctrine and ISIS
She did
Unveiled,
not
bro.
create that, bro. She didn't create that doctrine though.
Bro, it's man.
Well, she wrote the book. I read the book multiple times. What, according to her, and this is just what she says, she got the information from three unknown gentlemen that she called the three initiates, and she also channeled the information from, and this is according to her, from ascended masters during the late 1800s when there was what they called the occultist revival. We had a lot of Rosicrucians, a couple Freemasons. They were all competing for different schools of thought. So Madame Blavatsky and her husband moved to New York, and they compiled different Indian and Eastern philosophical
Mhm.
thoughts, such as Tibetan, couple stuff from the Bhagavad Gita, and then she
Yeah, they cherry
compiled the
pick from
book.
folks.
But how's it a secret if y'all know about it?
They cherry. That's what the book is called. The
The
book is
book is
called
How is
called
Secret
it a
The
Doctrine.
Secret
secret if you
Doctrine.
know about it?
The
Nobody
book
answered
is
none
called. I didn't
question
write
yet.
the book. The book is called The
Nobody
Secret
answered my
Doctrine.
brother none question. How's it a
Exactly, bro.
secret if
That's what
niggas
I'm
know
trying to
about it?
say.
Come on, man.
That's
Y'all
what the
just
book
y'all
is
just be
called.
running with anything you read. Ooh, the secrets of bitch, it ain't no secret no more.
But that's where y'all got it
What the
from.
fuck?
I'm gonna
Y'all
answer the
story
question.
come
He
from
asked
that
the question.
story,
Allow me
bro.
to answer the question. Hold
so
on.
where she get it
So the
from?
question is, how is it a secret if we know about it? We know about it by reading the book called The Secret Doctrine, and it is not open information for everyone to know. The
It is
definition
though.
of
It's
a
in a
secret,
book that everyone can go read. Like y'all
if you
missing
choose
key
to read
words.
it,
That's
but
kind of.
what's the
I mean,
definition of secret?
I mean
Let's
the
explore that
secret.
definition of secret.
This is my definition of secret. Guess what? We wouldn't even be talking about it.
All right,
The
so the
secret.
definition of
Nobody would
secret
It's
know.
is
a
something.
secret, my nigga. What the
All right,
fuck, bro? Like y'all letting the key word go
definition
over
of
y'all
secret
head.
is something that's kept hidden from knowledge, right? So if it's kept hidden, when you find it, it no longer becomes a secret. But you have to know where to look. You have to seek it out. Now,
So seek and
secret try to
secret.
be called.
Okay, word game.
It comes from
Y'all
seek.
do the
So you
word
got to
games
seek
all
to
the
find
time on
it.
here. Don't do
Nigga,
that.
no, I don't. I don't play that nursery rhyme shit, boy.
You might not do it, but
Mm.
but Anahu and A1 do that shit all the time, bro.
Hey, keep my brother name out your mouth like that, homie.
Yeah, why y'all already fuck with A1? You gonna fuck y'all niggas up, yo.
Oh,
You
like,
better
bro,
fuck
they
with.
don't even
He
know,
got a
bro. They
love
Yeah,
wait
hate
bro.
for the
situation.
name in their mouth, bro.
It's sad.
Go ahead, finish.
I mean,
Finish,
we
bro.
just trying to help you understand, bro. Like, it's bullshit, my nigga.
Yeah, bro, we knew about
That's
that
why I keep
already.
saying, how is it a secret if niggas know about it and can go read it out of a book, bro?
I mean, that's the
So
title
ain't
of the
shit
book. That's the
secret
title of
about
the
it, my.
book.
All right, so
So
guess what?
you got an issue with the title of the book, or you got an issue with just the concept of something being secret? Because I'm kind of confused.
I got a concept of niggas trying to feed me bullshit and saying that it's secret.
Well, I'm not feeding you the bullshit.
No,
I'm
I'm
just
not
telling
talking
you what.
about you though, brother. You didn't write the book,
Yeah.
and you
She
not
does.
promoting the book. But I'm just
Right.
saying, if you speaking on it, we gonna talk about it, bro. That's it.
Yeah, so
She
let's.
He is
Yeah, that's what I'm
probably.
promoting
saying.
it.
I don't. I don't
But
have
what?
a
He
problem
got her
talking about
picture
the
up
book.
and he's promoting it. He's promoting it. He has her picture up. He's doing both things right now
Yeah,
as we're
Right.
speaking.
yeah, but y'all
He's
cherry picking from
promoting
her
and
stuff. That's
for
what
one
I'm
No,
saying.
bro.
thing.
What we saying is she published already documents that was already circulating inside of our community. Just because somebody put these documents together and then publish it, put their name on it, doesn't mean that she's the one that created it. She's taking credit for already knowledge that we already had, bro. You know what I'm saying? How you know that we wasn't already building on it?
Bro, that lady was a damn white supremacist, and she was taking niggas' money with that theosophy. They still meet up to this
So
day.
why
The
you read a
theosophy.
book by a white supremacist?
Well, she wasn't a
She's
white
one.
supremacist though. Like Hitler and the real society ended up using some of her information, but
I
Lord.
mean, no, she was
she
talking about that
wasn't
nigga
a
was
white
inferior.
supremacist.
She praised niggas in one book, and then she talked about niggas was inferior in another book and shit. Like she's like,
No,
oh, the
no.
Ethiopians was the original race, and
If
then
you
in
read the
another book.
book,
Bro, we not see. That's why I ain't want to talk to yo. That's why I ain't want to talk to him, bro. We want
you
to
read
talk
the
about no
book
Levinsky and
as
none of
a
that, yo.
But how you gonna talk about her and then you talk about her not and stuff that was in her book, bro? That shit that he was quoting,
Yo,
read the
hey,
book, bro.
nigga, just because it was in her book, don't mean we talking about her,
But that's what you do. You cherry pick. You a cherry pick
bro. I
information,
never wrote.
and you go, oh, it
Nobody.
came
Yo,
from
we're
this,
not.
bro.
No, bro. We're not reading her book. We're not even building on her book, though, bro. You
So here's
doing
the thing,
that
though, right?
bullshit.
Here's the thing, though, right? Like when you go and because I listen to a lot of information from Mighty Hebrew and the Hebrew that particular school of thought,
He didn't want any of the
the
important
Hebrew
points of that
University and
video
everything,
to come
right?
out, so he decided to come up here for the last few minutes that Ab had so that he can distract and talk about irrelevant things.
That's
That's
not
the
Right.
reason for that.
irrelevant because
That's
it come
kind
out
of
of
what
No,
Madam
it
happened.
don't,
Blavatsky. Y'all want
bro.
to cherry pick.
But so no, let's talk about
Bro,
the
no.
Mighty Hebrew and the information that he was laying out, right?
Thank
Irregardless
you,
of where
thank
it
you.
came
Yes,
from,
talk about that. Talk about that, yo.
in particular to the idea of the different races. As you heard him, he was laying out that there were different species on Earth, and the fossil records shows that. Now, according to his teaching, the white race is something different than what we call the melanated races, but there was a little bit of admixture going on. So,
Zab, uh, this is a very intriguing thing to me. All right,
Let me know when I can
we're
get
gonna talk about the mutants telling us whether they came from us or not, and then describe what is a mutant, and then try to project upon us some mutant connection, and then we go around arguing over who's a mutant. Okay, now, so this is for A1 and for Ad Power since they've brought this
Bro,
information
we the
to the
real
A
we the
community.
mutant
real
that
we
we
the
can
real
have
niggas.
babies with.
Well, would you sit on your tongue? Because I wasn't talking to you. I
A
said
mutant
Ab
we can have babies
Power
with, but they're
and
mutant.
A1. And since you can fuck beasts, that's on you. Now, A1 or Ab Power, the amazing thing of this brother, wherever he gets some credibility or not, is millions, billions, trillions, and I believe, was it you, Ab Power, said there's a source that says octillion, which I don't know how many zeros that is, 21, 24, etc. Uh, the thing of it is this:
This nigga said
where do any of these fools like this idiot that won't shut up, who attach themselves to mutants who are barely, if they are 1,000 years? The Monkey God came with a movie in Jet Li. Did you all, any of you on the panel, see The Island of Dr. Moreau?
Yes.
We already know about Yakub, the big head scientist.
Never
Then you have
explained.
the Anunnaki and much of their text supposedly deciphered by another Ashkenazi-ish, Zechariah Sitchin. It's amazing how these are the type of individuals that end up getting this information. They
That's right.
said that they genetically engineered these people. How is it that we're allowing any discussion of any mutant agent to come to our community and talk over us? So could you all give us some enlightenment about trillions, gagillions, zazillions? What is the conceptual existence of the Aboriginal? And I yield.
We're talking to
Well,
aliens.
I said right on
Any of
in.
that story, that guy say he was mutant. Did they say the whole root race thing, that which is pseudo to me? Did they say any Europeans was mutant? What's going on? Yeah, I'm about to go look at it.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Because I did
Hold on
address
just a
Ab
second.
Power, but
Hold on
any
just a second.
person who comes
Hold
over here
on just a
jockeying
second, you
out of
guys.
Africa or these
I didn't say
mutant
nothing
beings.
about Africa. I'm saying, where did it say they were
Alabama.
mutant?
Hold on, King Cat. Everybody mute up. I want to allow Sister Soul to get the floor because I feel like this is a topic that's right up her alley, and she's gonna bring a sense of balance and vibration and make this thing connect properly. All right, Sister Soul, can we get a mic check? Shout out to Sister Soul on the panel, you guys.
Peace, brother. I'm just so all over the place with the conversation. I got threw off with the
You
Madam
can go
Blavatsky
wherever you want to go
conversation.
with it. You can ground it however you want to ground it. You got the floor. Let's get it.
Now, my thing is, a lot of the things he said were kind of factual to a point, and when it comes to this thing about where this lady got the information from, all this other stuff kind of threw the conversation off for me. And my whole thought got really perturbed. That's why I said, I swear, that's why I jumped in. It was like he came up here, threw the whole thing off. I had my whole mindset on what I wanted to say
Yeah,
based
don't
off
even
what was
worry
in the
about what
story.
dude say because he's a troll and I
It's
stepped
just like,
away. Just get to the
so
science and edify the people because they want to know what some of the stuff the Hebrew brother was talking about. And we can make connections. Like I said, I don't agree with everything, but he did make some
yeah.
valuable points that we can make connections to. I want to get it in. Shout out to everybody in the building. We got DJ Cut Tack on here with us too, man. Shout out to DJ Cuddy.
Yes.
Shout
So
out to y'all.
peace. So yes, we have a lot of the things he was saying. So true. A lot of that going back to the monkey stuff and all of that. It's like they always try to attach that to us because they know it's them. When it comes to the Indian thing, that's what I want to go into. Somebody was saying something earlier about the with the deformities they have, basically. They have a lot of deformities, and this is because of the incubator. They are known, they have temples and things that have the incubators in them. So this is something that they have always done. They've always done it. They've always tried to like create, it's an area where they started a lot of this at. As we know, even in the world fairs, they had incubators all over the continent, and they were selling these babies for like $20.
Right,
They
and
literally had
so
signs up.
man, I'm gonna build with you for a second, so we gonna go deep into this rabbit hole. And I believe that this science that we're speaking of, that we're calling incubator baby science, this science goes all the way back thousands and thousands of years. This is not something that's new. This is something that was practiced, like
That's
A1
right.
said, in the Yucatan. This was practiced in Honduras. It was practiced in a place that they called the city of the monkey gods. The monkey gods is a place where they said that genetic gene splicing was going on, and a particular bacteria formulated from some of the infections there is still there today. That is flesh
Yeah,
eating bacteria. It's still there
yeah.
today.
Who said this?
Hey, hold on, man. Mute your matter of fact, you getting the fuck out of here. Bye. You're getting the fuck
Yes.
out of here. I'm not playing no games with your retarded ass. Sorry, radio. I don't teach handicap. All right, let's get back to it. God damn. Stupid son of a bitch.
See how I throw your thought off? See? All it takes is a second or two.
This
Man.
nigga is fucking retarded. God damn. All right, Honduras.
Well, I tell you what, I just wanted to say one thing, man. Shout out to everybody, man. We've been rocking, man, doing our thing, and I appreciate y'all, man. One thing I do want to say, you know, we all come, we all are men, right? You know what I'm saying? But we know that they kind of like us. You know what I'm saying? They're not exactly us. That's why you got the term mankind, if you ask me. You know what I'm talking about? And that refers to people who, to me, evolved from the monkey, and that was not us. So if you think that you have kin with some monkey, you need to take your 23 and me and all that shit and start at the zoo and free your motherfucking people. I'm out.
No, you're right, man. But this science goes deep, man. This is science of the gods. This is science of the gods who mastered and who came up with all these science that's being implemented today. And this is coming from a God level, not from an evolving state. This is coming from a state of already having the knowledge implanted you from the source, directly from the source, with everything you need inside of you, but you don't understand that. And so what I'm going to break down is that our ancestors had studied genetic slicings with plants, humans, and animals hundreds of millions of years ago, and evidence is found even as recent times as 5,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, and as recent as the 1800s, as Sister Soul just mentioned.
Wow. Yeah, I need to rewind though so I can catch the full bill for real. I just got the tail end. But shout out to all of y'all, man. Love, peace, and you know how we do. We all in this bitch.
Right, we're gonna get into the human DNA that they share a little bit of with us. We're gonna talk about the holler monkey theory, which was around 800 million years ago, allegedly. We're gonna talk about the lemur theory, right? And we're gonna get into genetic alterations. This is nothing new. This is
That
science. When
you,
you hearing
you
this
know,
Anunnaki story, the Anunnaki story is romanticizing about genetic gene splicing and the greed for gold and ingenuity. See, we're taking a different technological path than our ancestors is. See, we'll create a non-thinking entity, like a robot to do a job for you. We created actual specimens to do the job. This is true science. The
True.
common ancestor to all this shit is yourself, man. You don't come from no damn monkey. Like the brother said, I agree with. He said this chart of the human evolution and you being the last product is false. It's flipped in reverse. You was the starting product, and these monkeys are now the last product.
Hey, AP too. Look, right.
Mm.
Check this out, right. This is something that you ain't never heard nobody say. People in the comments, you ain't never even heard this. So it's like, I mean, do some research on it to see whether or not you can find sources of anybody else agreeing with it.
That's right.
I was on my computer. I would show them source starting from earliest times of a primitive thought pattern from 12,000 to 12 billion years. They find human bones and evidence here in America alone.
They could take one cell, even finding a bone, right? This is why I think they be so fascinated with these mummies and things because they be so protected and preserved, right? They can take a cell. It takes one mother cell, literally, to make a clone. Y'all might think that shit is crazy, but it's a literal scientific fact. They can take one mother cell and create a whole human being behind it. It would be a
Well,
false human being,
now they done
but
did
yeah.
now Sister Soul, they done did receptacle DNA data, which means they can now take a strand of your DNA and store information in it, and it holds
Yes.
an infinity of information, one strand of DNA. So now they can harness information in the form of the DNA, which ultimately can transform all consciousness from each cell that you have into storing it into a whole nother specimen. So this is science that's already out. You can look this up.
Yep.
the leading researchers of this is melanated people who run these research and scientific fields and companies that's doing this research. So
because they're the only ones that can even encompass the thought of these
absolutely,
types of things, which they need us
absolutely.
to do this stuff and be so crazy, and we be going in the wrong ways by being pulled into those directions. So they get into this because they intelligent. Like I was mentioning the other day, they got a little 11-year-old boy. They had him in NASA the other day. They trying to, ooh, what info can we get? He done told them something just by visiting the thing, gave them some information on that other that what they call it, some star planet that's a new Saturn or something. It's flat, non-void or something. The little boy mentioned it to him. I can't remember the name of it, but the little boy mentioned it to him. They wasn't even aware of it. It's like 11-year-old little melanated boy came had to show them something, and he just talking stuff he done learned. He done graduated from college already. Like this is real. They need us for everything.
And so that was the point that I was getting to about attachment. You know, see, no matter what the discussion is, can they break the 5 or 10,000 year barrier? And we keep talking, and he even said it. I forgot what his name was, Ad Power, about the new people, whether you call them mutant or the youngest. How is it you keep attaching yourself, ascribing to them some insight, information, or knowledge when they barely got here? And you calling
Absolutely.
yourself a pan boo boo, or you're holding to Darwinism, which in the actual theory of Darwinism, the term pseudoscience is used. I don't know what these people who holler and shout pseudo, what they think they're meaning, but you could actually look up, and pseudoscience started what is considered the science of today. Now, what theory has been proven? Now, I'm not saying this guy has, ancient knowledge, information, or historical facts. Where did it come from, and how is it going to be ever verified when you're trillions of years? You feel me?
Bet.
Now,
Bet. Can I
even
go in?
the Anunnaki, I'll land my plane on this. The Anunnaki story is claiming to be barely half a millennium. I mean, we're talking 500,000 years. And these monkey bones, they popping up saying Lucy is 3 million. You know, in the narrative of an Enlil and Inky, they fashioned these people to be the Slavs we know today. Correct? I mean, that was
Nah.
the whole point of the story in the
That's
narrative
the
was the
homunculus.
mining of gold.
That's the homunculus. The homunculus. When they talk about the homunculus, and you look up homunculus, it's a tiny artificial human beings produce, and then it say
Yeah.
descendants of chimpanzees.
Now, are those Oompa Loompas or are they the Twa?
No,
Are
ain't
they
no
pygmies or
they
They clone. They basically
these
clone
people
beings
called
in the bottom.
Slavics, man. They the people called Slavics. That's who they are, man.
and then you got Neanderthal minded individuals, obviously trying to associate themselves with the Aboriginal community and put stank on us. Isn't that what I mean? Am I misreading something? Please correct me, and I yield.
Can I go in?
In that,
Family.
yes.
All right. The brother was mentioning, downgrading the mutants. When I say mutants, I'm talking about these characters that they put in the comic books that we know are black or, original beings on this planet, such as the Marvels, such as the X-Men, Dragon Ball Z, Spider-Man, however you want to look at it, activating their 7 chakras and their chi energy to become their earth sign, earth, air, water, fire. And now you have the ability to control atmokinesis, all these thousands of different kinetic brain abilities that we have as superhuman beings. That's my version of mutant when I
Right,
use that word in
and that's
beings.
a
Yes.
decent theory, and that's a plausible theory, though. And I
No,
appreciate
no,
you
no,
bringing
no,
this
no,
shit.
no, 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 no. Chi energy is not a theory. We know chi is real. I've seen people.
Nah, yeah,
T-
chi is real. I done seen
No, 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 no. The
silent
chi
monk.
energy, no, the chi energy. Real. I seen a motherfucker burn a piece of paper about
Yeah,
16
yeah,
years
you
earlier.
see what I'm saying?
yeah.
Levitate.
Hey,
read minds, astral
yeah.
projection.
Astro
The list
project,
goes
yeah.
on and on.
Well, what
You
that
know what I'm
is
saying?
what they do is they give themselves a sense of peace, and peace come in a sense of silence, and certain silence gives you ability to make yourself a whole brain thinker. And becoming a whole brain thinker makes you be able to use not more, more than the 10% brain, 10% of your brain that you're using right now. You see, or alternating, as you will, alternating that 10%. Let me shout out to Cato. By the way, shout out to Cato for the Cash App donation. We really appreciate that. Shout out to Cato. All we need is 14 more people to send in the $3 cash out donation. We will have reached the goal. Shout out to Cato for supporting the channel. Shout out to Equator 7 in the building. Finest Captain Fanatics. And we see my OG brother, Medicine Man, in the chat. Shout out to Medicine Man. Y'all make sure y'all show him some love in the chat. Let's continue, y'all. We're gonna get out of here in like 15 minutes, you guys. Oh
Okay,
no,
so
no, 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 no. We're gonna rock out as long as y'all want. My bad. I'm tripping. We rocking out all the way.
the Alpha Centurions, these are the bird beings like Thoth or Tahiti, or whatever you want to call them, and the Anunnaki. These are the bird beings and the dragon beings that did have something to do with creating us. Any ancient text tells of these humanoid hybrids, whatever you want to call them, whether they're dragon, serpent, lion, the tribe of Judah. You know what I'm saying? The shit goes on and on throughout.
Hold on. Oh, you said us. We not
As
them. They
as hum,
mankind. Nah, and
as humans.
we something different. We ain't even human. Human is homunculus, and homunculus is tiny artificial man
Okay.
that created from a primate. We not created from primates.
Well,
But the homunculus,
how
real
I feel
quick,
about that, A1.
real quick
I
on
done
that,
told
brother.
you,
Real
I done
brother,
told
can I
you.
say this real quick? Well, real quick, I'm sorry. On the homunculus, it's also the power of the brain. If you look it up, it's what you're talking about in the lab. You can see the little bottle. It shows them in a little, like the little lab bottle. That is the homunculus, and it's also your brain. It is the controller of everything, all the cognitive functioning of everything and the physicalities. That is literally the homunculus of the brain. So that is the power. That is everything kind of what the brother is talking about, I think, when it comes to kinetically connecting to things because we're ether. We're part of the ether, so we can kinetically connect to these things. I literally did a build on this before about we are the superhero. So I hear where he coming from with that. I gotta agree because we have all those powers, all those things they put into those characters. They try to say, oh, these are characters. So you'll think, oh, that's just a character flaw or something that
Right,
they can do. You know what I'm saying? But it's actually the powers that we have. We're able to tap into these things. We're on the
right.
proper density. But go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. I just had to say that.
No, right. I totally agree. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. The brother was just going in on the mutants, and I was like, man, I don't know if he got his right understanding of what we consider a mutant. You know what I'm saying? A mutation, or if that's what they're called. The Kemetic gods made the Tamahu, aka white people. They call them the Tamahu, the pale ones, the pale face. So our ancient ancestors created these beings. I don't know why, you know what I'm saying, but they did come from us. You know what I'm saying? I went into this my first time on the show saying that the brothers in the NFL look like apes and gorillas because they have A and O positive blood type. The Olmecs. They big lip, big nose. They a lot of familiar reality to gorillas and apes and stuff. Now, before the gods made us in their image, yes, caveman ruled the planet. Regardless, they was black. We was first here regardless. You dig what I'm saying? Rather, Lucy, they show that in the movie Lucy. They show that in Planet of the Apes. The dude in Star Wars. You know what I'm saying? The Bigfoot. There's plenty of
You're
other
talking about
beings.
Chewbacca, but here's what I'm trying to understand what you're saying, brother. I get your perspective. My problem is the attachment. And I'm not saying that you're intending to do this. I'm saying whether it's proven or not that there's genetic materials from the Aboriginals, whether we call ourselves gods or not. As Ab was saying, and I somewhat agree to the issue of devolution, there is no evolution. There is the aboriginal, and then there is mutations of it. Now, if you want to see it in a positive fashion, I get that. But attaching us to them, I'm not about that. Now, again, it's just my personal opinion, but that's why I keep saying, Ab, I don't tell y'all how to run y'all platforms or your programs, but motherfuckers need to be checked at the door. And if we got to
Hey,
do a genetic blood test and see what type of mutant gene that they have, because if you follow clearly the agenda of the mutant story in the X-Men was tagging motherfuckers and making sure that they aren't running loose and rampant. Now, right now, that's what we're having going on our land, and we can't come to some clarity because of the chaos and confusion that's been caused by us attaching ourselves to these amalgamated beings, whatever they may or may not be.
hey,
Right.
hey, look, when I first hopped on, I was talking about India, right? And the reason why, because I find this topic to be very interesting. Like, you know how with some topics where you like, man, you know what, you got my boys and them, they already went in that. But I find this is a fascinating topic. And when you go, when
Right.
I went like halfway down the rabbit hole, because first thing I did was this is how I approached it, right? I look at things today, right? This is how I research. I look at what's going on today, right? And I see how these pale faces operate, right? And I looked at sperm banks, right? So I was like, okay, let me type in the history of sperm banks, right? But I went into today how many sperm banks are in their community, how they being utilized, and how they have how it's connected to fertility clinics, right? So then I looked at, I say, oh, that's interesting. They having a problem reproducing if they have sperm, if they're using sperm banks and they have fertility clinics, right? So then now I go to the other end of the spectrum and I start researching the history of sperm banks, the history of fertility clinics, right? And the history of test tube babies. You know what I'm saying? So by the time I got to the end, I'm just put it like this: the end was in India. That's where it took me. It took me to India. And I started looking at that. I was like, wow, that kind of makes sense. Then I stopped. You know what I'm saying? I didn't finish my research, but the last leg that I ended on that I gotta pick it up from is in India. That's why it's interesting that when Mighty Hebrew was talking about India, I was like, yo, all roads seem like it's ending there with the experimentation. I'm not saying that's where it started from, but it looks like that's where the headquarters, or they moved the
That
headquarters was
melting
come where,
pot.
But wait a minute
right,
though.
where
But nonetheless,
they were trying to perfect, you know what I mean, this is reproduction in India.
nonetheless, you did see him reiterate over and over again, coming from Indus Valley origins, right, along with his other narratives. But did you
Hmm.
see Elon Musk respond to the lamentation of the Italian population imploding? Did anyone see that? And this was just in the last few days
Mm.
about
Okay.
the
Hey,
upside
man,
down birth rate versus death rate of Italy. And it's not just Italy, it's
Right,
all
right,
across Europe. But
right.
go ahead, Nanda. I just wanted to drop that in there. You can bounce off of that, man.
let me say something right quick. A1, I'm
Yeah.
about to step away. I need you
Yeah,
to
go ahead,
hold it
big bro.
down for me. Nah, you good, big bro. I need you to hold it down for me, A1. I'm about to get out of here. Shout out to everybody in the building. A1 gonna hold it down. He gonna rock out as long as he wants to. He got the control, the motherfucking mute and boot. Goddamn.
So y'all
So,
already know. I mean,
All
people
right,
in the
AP.
chat
Be
room.
smooth out there, bro.
Peace.
yeah, I
I
You
want
say
to.
appreciate
you
you.
all,
Truth.
yo, hey, what would
Hold
you
it
say? You
down.
Yo,
already know how to act, yo. You know what
Power, you know
I
what I got to tell you. Keep them running, copper color grizzly.
That's
mean?
right.
Yeah, yeah,
All right, my brother.
yeah.
I shout to
All right,
everybody
big
in the
bro.
building, man. Hey,
Peace,
man, let's try
peace.
to reach that goal, man. We out of here, man. Peace and blessings. Y'all hold it down, sister soul. Y'all, hey, I know y'all about to rock it. I'll be listening
But
periodically.
I
don't hit
offered it.
that red button.
Can
I
I can
want
I
to
get in
say
real
I
something
got
to
quick?
you.
what Nonetheless said real quick. Before anybody get
Hey,
in. I'm
hey,
sorry.
hey, hey, Sister
None.
Soul, can I give you
Go
some
ahead.
more that I mean a little bit more? I'm gonna show you like
Go ahead.
something else that I discovered. All right, before this one was one another thing that I discovered was it
Nah,
was a
man, let me
scientist.
start some shit. Let me. Hey, I'm
Who's
just
that?
bullshitting. I'm about to bounce, man. I was just starting some shit. I'm about to bounce. I love y'all, man. I'll talk to y'all later, man. Peace.
All right,
Peace,
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 bro.
peace, Cuddy.
All
All
right,
right, Cuddy.
here's an interesting find that I found, right? Because when I went down to the sperm, when I went to the sperm bank rabbit hole, right, I found out it was a scientist, probably like in the 1940s, that learned how to preserve sperm, right? So what happened was they realized that it's only good for a certain amount of time outside the body, maybe like 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? He had a breakthrough because he found what organic materials to to preserve the sperm bank and what that was made of. You know what I'm saying? So that was really their big breakthrough. It had nothing to do with us. You know what I'm saying? Had to do with these pale skins. They're the ones that's constantly trying to find out how to preserve their particular, genome. But
I'll
that's all I
offer
want.
this little tidbit because you mentioned
So
India, right?
right,
Now
real
So
let
quick.
hold on.
Right,
Let's just
real
the soul
quick.
go. Let's just soul go.
So yeah, that's what I was gonna say earlier, and I had forgot. Thank you, nonetheless, for bringing that up. The fertility clinics, right? That is the reason that they had to create them because they were losing the lifespan. They weren't having as many babies that were being born, so on and so forth. Because a lot of these people, right, unbeknownst to them, they don't even know that they're part of the incubator baby. Their mom may have been an incubator baby, and then she got implanted, or she had some type of fertility done, and now she's created this baby. And what happens is when they do that and it's not a natural being, that womb is not going to be able to fertilize and produce any real life. This is why they had to create those clinics in order to help them. The men could not even become potent, some of them at the time when they first were doing it earlier in that time, like soon after. They had to create suppositories and gum and cigarettes that had radium in it just to help them enhance their physicalities. Some of them were getting, it looked like they had been through a nuclear war. Their skin was deteriorating and all of this. They had to have radiation. This is where they get these talking about cancer and getting chemotherapy and radium. These are radium treatments. I did a whole build on this. I kid you not, y'all really need to see it. I ain't just trying to promote this video, but it showed the whole shit. I read everything, show how they did the experiments and everything. So what happened is they had to have these clinics because when if it's a natural born child, that child is going to come out and those eggs are in her womb. And the same thing with her child and her child and her child. If it's not, they're not going to have the womb that carries the eggs that's able to produce. So this is why they have to have the fertility so they can induce them artificially.
all right, I know you. This to nonetheless. I offer this little tidbit since you said your research had you ending up in India. Now, as you know, India they say is the birthplace of the Aryan race. And when the Nazis were doing a lot of their experimentation based off of the knowledge they got from the real society and the secret doctrine, they ended up going to India to observe and study the Aryan race over there in hopes of unlocking certain genetic information. Because at the time, their whole thing was creating Nazi super soldiers, and they thought that by sequencing the Aryan race, that will help them in that plight. So that's something you could go look into.
Yeah, bro. I appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. That's true. That's true, bro. Because that's what Hitler actually I think that's what got the world upset at him because once he had that type of knowledge, right? He instead cut off the war market that they wanted him to do, and he started investing in Germany, and he started giving stipends to the people of Germany to have children. You know what I'm saying? So he started really disputing. He started taking the wealth that was inside of the banks that belonged to these people they called Jews, which was really Germans. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm dividing it up toward the average person. So say for instance, so it was like this: every woman that had a child, they would get like, let's say, $1,000. So they would get 1,000 something dollars just for having children. They would get more money. So they would qualify, and then if she was married, they would get a house. That's what he was doing, bro. That's what
Nonetheless,
had
today in Hungary, they're paying women $35,000 because of the reverse
to
rape.
have children.
Now is that
Okay.
not the
Okay.
Austro-Hungarian Empire?
The same people. That's what
Mm.
I'm
Well,
saying.
let
They're
me say
paying
one
them
thing that's
right.
You
interesting
mean
about
You
Europe.
mean Prussia?
Let me say one thing that's interesting about Europe, right? Because I was in Europe last week, and I was telling y'all how it was very interesting over there, especially when you go up in Germany and France, the amount of Africans you see over there, and currently, especially in Germany, they are importing Africans over there because the home Germans and a lot of the Nordic countries are doing the same thing. They're not having enough children, so they're actually importing Africans. They say they're doing it for jobs because a lot of
You
Germans don't
right
want
about
to
that,
go for
Zach.
jobs. But
I was in
what's
Austria.
happening? Hold on. Let me
I
finish.
was in.
I'm
Oh,
a
go
land.
ahead. I'm a land. I'm at.
Coming up. All right. So I went as far as the Czech Republic, and I was the amount of Africans you see out there, especially the men who are dating the local women. I believe in less than 10 years, the population in Europe is going to be mulatto. And probably another 20 years is going to be completely black because the local whites in Europe are not producing at a sustainable rate. And it's so dire now that they actually have to import Africans just to sustain the economies over there. That's another interesting thing to think about.
Yeah. When I was there in 2006, they weren't having babies in Austria, and it was a national emergency in Russia at that time. This was on the news. We a study abroad trip,
Well,
and they
there's a
weren't having
national
babies.
emergency
Yeah,
right now in I think it's Iceland and Finland. They have a
yeah.
negative
Iceland,
birth
they
rate
really they
over
only got
there.
like 300,000 people in Iceland and shit.
They're actually paying people to go live over there. It's so bad, and a lot of the
They importing
Africans
a
are
lot of them
picking them up.
Filipino women. The guys importing a lot of them Filipino women up there to Iceland and stuff like that. But it's going on in certain
But
Asian countries like Korea and China, Korea and Japan. They not having babies either.
well, the thing about Korea and Japan though is they got
Hold up real quick.
a lot of those
That's
southern
King
Asian
Cat. Mic
countries.
check, mic check, mic check, mic check. That's King Cash right there. AP just put your ass out. I don't know why would you pop back up and keep changing your avatar and your screen name. But if you come up here with that bullshit, I'm gonna put your ass in the back. Matter of fact, you're gonna get kicked out and you ain't coming back up here. So you can continue, Zad.
Yeah. The thing about the Asian countries, though, where they're not having the same issue, China right now, their population is 2 billion. A lot of them are men, but you got to remember, too, China is doing the same thing with the southern Asian countries like Vietnam and the Philippines, where they're more melanated. If you go down to Cambodia or you go to the Philippines, a lot of them down there got the same skin color that we do. So Japan is actually going down there to snatch up the Asian black people to bring them back to Japan and Korea and having kids with them. So they're also getting darkened. So it's happening all over the world.
Hey, bro, but you know what I think though, because I think, look, I think when they talk about fountain of youth, that's an operation, bro. And when you talk about the melanated man, we the only ones that at one point could get their women pregnant because they couldn't get them pregnant. Their men, these pale skinned men couldn't get them pregnant, so they would sell us those women because we was the ones getting them pregnant.
I
So
think it
when you
got more
talk,
to do with the
They
hold
still
up.
impotent today. Today
I
they
think it
still
right,
got
impotent. That ain't just over there. That's over here too. You look at the birth rate among Europeans in America, and you see the same numbers. It's
A1.
That's that.
identical.
I think it got more to do with the climate though. Like when you look at this past winter, especially over here in New York, it only snowed like once. So the planet is going more tropical. And as the planet continues to get warm and get more tropical, you're gonna need the melanin in order to just survive.
mm-hmm,
So
yep,
whether or
yep,
not you know what I'm saying, the the natural forces is gonna dictate the return of the melanin skin. And I
But
think
them
that is
niggas
playing on the
down in Florida,
psychology.
they down. Look, they down in Florida. They surviving down there.
mm-hmm.
So it's
When
like
you say
that's not
survive, but here's
But he
something
is on to
though.
something with that
If you're
melanin
already
because
alive, you're alive though.
not, huh?
But they're
Say that
not
again.
melanin
reproducing.
is
They could,
reproduction
look,
though.
you know what I'm saying though? They could be in Florida, but they're not reproducing mentally or psychologically. You know what I'm saying? So you could be alive. You could go move to a tropical environment, but are you gonna have the motivation to procreate? They don't have that motivation. It's some practically going on where they don't even want to reproduce like that. So yeah, you got a lot of them in Florida, but they're not reproducing down there.
what's happening with the planet
Need
right
the
now
help.
is we're going through a pole shift. The Hopi talked about this, the end of the fourth world going into the fifth. I seen Red and Blue Katrina back in 2017, 16, December, somewhere around there. And they said 7 years. So this year is 7 years. And that would explain, you know what I'm saying, all these supercell storms that we have and this stuff from our second sun, Nibiru, aka Planet of the Cross and Planet of the Gods. That's what's really going on.
Right. Because
And
it
then the
was snowing in
plasma,
California this year, which is crazy.
the
They can
plasma,
make it snow. These
the
niggas can move clouds around and create different weather storms and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They
through
can
through
move.
through HARP.
Yeah,
They can
exactly.
create clouds, but they can't move no live cloud
My
around. That's all
dude,
it
yes
is.
they can, brother. See the
They
problem
can't
is,
do that.
listen, my man. This is the problem with with you guys. You guys believe too much mainstream European education, man. Y'all believe too much. When
But
people
you giving this
listen,
white man
man,
all the
listen,
power.
fam, I'm not
Hey,
giving
what?
a white man no power. They
You talking about he
can
can
move.
move these clouds?
They can move the clouds, nigga. That's what the actual shit that they be shooting up the aluminum in the skies do.
They
You
have
Aluminum,
talk
a
yeah,
black.
about
the
art.
They
You talk
literally
chemtrails.
about the
have
art
a black
machines that they
mirror.
got.
With the black mirror, they use the nanoparticles, which is in the chemtrails, the aluminum barium, and they create things in the sky. They definitely
That's a
can. They
fact.
create artificial skies, clouds, all of that.
No.
Shit, they created Katrina.
They also
Shit,
got machines, right? They got
Katrina.
water machines that shoot steam up into the clouds,
Yeah,
nigga.
bro.
Like you
That's a
don't even
fact,
Yeah.
though.
know. You don't even know, fam. You don't know. They got motherfucking whole machines, and then they can control these clouds because it's a chemical in that steam that's being shot up in the skies, and they able to manipulate it. That's a fact.
Yeah,
I think they're
that's
trying
a
to
fact.
manipulate it because they're trying to fight nature in the sense that as the planet continues to go more tropical, they're trying to keep it where it's more, you know what I'm saying, like Europe, because Europe is where they thrive. And as the planet continues to warm, they're not thriving. And when I say thriving, I'm talking physically and I'm talking mentally. Because like I was saying earlier, they might be in Florida, they might move to warmer climates, but if that climate is not jiving with them mentally, they're gonna have like a sterile mindset, or they're gonna have a
Right,
stagnant mindset.
right.
Or are they
Because
trying to create
nature
this stuff
nature
so they can
thrives
move to other
in
planets?
tropical areas. That's what nature thrives in tropical areas, not in cold areas. You know what I'm saying?
And
But see, they
don't
talking about
forget the
moving to Mars.
reptilian portion. Don't forget the reptilian and cold-blooded animals and mammals.
Right, right, exactly. We're gonna go
That's what I'm
through
saying.
an
Like
ice
certain
age
animals, right? If you move certain
before we go
animals to
through a
different
tropical.
locations, they're not gonna want to reproduce anyway.
Yeah, they hibernate. That's what hibernate means. Like hybrid. They hibernate in the winter, like
And
alligators.
are white people creating this technology because they trying to move to other planets too? They talk about Mars. They talk about going up to the moon and Earth-like planets. Are they trying to
And there
create
ain't no
stuff?
other fucking planets, nigga. Then you can't
Oh,
leave
you
this
a flat
fucking
earther.
plane. I'm not a
So
flat
you
earther. I'm a common senser, brother. You can't break the fucking stratosphere.
so you a flat
You
earth
can't
dude.
break, brother. My listen.
Oh
See,
shit.
listen. You can't break through the stratosphere with a fucking machine that is. Understand the stratosphere is radiating um like degrees up to like 5,000 degrees. No
It's
man-made object can penetrate that.
an
So what about that brother
electromagnetic
they about to
zone.
send to the moon?
You believe he
That
going
brother,
there?
have you seen that?
So you believe he going there?
They
They
got
never
him up
been.
there. They
They
promoting
have
him.
never been to the moon, brother.
I, I believe there's life on every planet.
Yeah. I mean, if they got the technology to, make clouds and shit like that, they gotta have the technology to penetrate through the
Fam,
atmosphere, bro.
listen. They ain't even no planets, nigga. They show you on when you go buy a fucking poster and shit for $5 or $6 of non-fucking planets, or what is it, 10 or whatever. All them planets is pseudo. The scientists said that when they look at what they call these so-called planets, they look like blinking lights underwater. So who came up with the idea of these solid spherical objects? The shit is all pseudo.
I mean, the Dogon and the Hopi talk about it, bro.
Oh
Like
shit,
the
A1
Dogon,
speaking
the
some
Hopi.
shit I finally agree with.
Bro,
Who is
but
this?
look, I seen this video, right? They
Hold on,
zoomed in on one
nonetheless.
on a planet. Yeah, go ahead.
Who is that? Who you
Go
talking
ahead.
about? I'm finally speaking some shit you agree with. Who that?
Oh, this woke is the new sleep.
Okay, all right. Well, just you know what, bro. According to how how you interact with us, you know what I'm saying. Just be mindful, okay? Like real talk. Like since you finally agree with me, keep that same energy. Well, go ahead, nonetheless.
I was just saying I seen this it was a channel where this guy had somebody he was this astronomer, right? And he zoomed in on one of the so-called planets. Man, that shit, it looked like the Confederate flag, bro. I kid you not, bro. It had the stripes on it just like and it had this large, it looked like a hand was inside of those lights. Like you say, A1 was like a blinking light, but it looked like water. And I'm telling you, bro, it looked just like the Confederate flag, bro.
Some people theories has been said
Hmm.
that it's water above us.
Correct.
That's why the
Plasma.
skies is blue. That's why the skies is
Had the
blue,
bus
right?
so below.
They even tell you that space is a vacuum. So how the fuck can you go in a vacuum? So it's like,
Yeah, I don't know
these people
about that.
sue. You think they got a space station up there, nigga, for real? You believe that shit? They don't even
So
have
where are the
satellite.
satellites at?
The satellites are in the earth, nigga. The satellites are in the earth, nigga. Ain't no satellites above the earth. The satellites are in the earth, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about? And most of the satellites
Satellites are the towers.
exactly. Most of the satellites ain't satellites, they fucking towers.
Yeah, or they balloon.
I believe we are all star seeds. I believe the Dogon really did come from Sirius. Vulgarian, Lemurian, Atlantean, we all come from some type of star system in our realm, in our galaxy. And we was put here on Earth
The
for some
galaxy
type of.
it's intergalactic,
Who told us that?
it's interworldly. These are interworldly existence, bro. When they
I would
talk
really
about
like to hear everybody's creation story of
bro,
everybody.
I was completing my thoughts, Zad. So when we say intergalactic beings, there's other um dimensions. These is what these people was talking about when they said they was going in the earth. Now I can't prove this shit unless one of you niggas want to suit up and let's go and go see ourselves. Other than that, I have to go upon what other people are saying. The shit that don't hear is the shit that you should be concerned about. But go ahead. You got something to say, Zach? Go ahead.
Yeah, I said I would really like to hear everybody's creation science or creation story or their cosmology and compare it. I mean, I think I've heard them all. Personally, I got my own creation story that I go by, but I would definitely like to build and hear everybody's how they think everything came to be, and then see what are the comparisons and what are the some of the dissimilarities to it.
Shit, like I said, we all come from the stars, man. Every creation story, every race on the planet say we came from the stars, or these beings came to us. You know what I'm saying? And created us. So it's one or the other. You know what I'm saying? That's just the facts. The Hopi waiting on Blue Star Kachina. They say the star children get off Blue Star Kachina. They're gonna change the frequency of the
And
Earth in
what
the fifth
what is
world.
that? That's a spaceship, right?
Supposedly, it looked like a
Okay.
planet. I think it's a spaceship, but it
Okay.
looked
They
like a
actually
planet.
said that. I mean, I'm not. Listen, I can't verify none of this shit. It's just according to information, that I.
Ancients, yes, it's according to the
Yeah, it's,
ancestors.
yeah. So they say that it's motherships in the earth right
Mhm.
now. They just camouflage. You can't see them.
Yeah, they're close. Yeah,
Okay.
But
So
they
they
say
saying
both. They say
but
both though. They say some coming from under, and then some. They say a lot of stuff is how you say, not intergalactic. What is the word used when you transferring through worlds or whatnot? Like
Who
they
that?
go
Who
through
that? King
wormholes and
Cass?
everything.
So you
Yeah.
believe that? Okay, so when they telling you, when you hear a lot of these people, and like in Behold the Pale White Horse, when William Cooper say that spaceships came from out the ocean.
Yeah, the USO. I done heard the USO story, but they
Okay.
always say with the USO thing, it happened in like certain places where it's a lot of activity going on, like it's a wormhole type of like a wormhole type
That
of
might
deal. Like
just the place where a lot of activity is going on might just be the interest to where they can come out at.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
A
Yeah, like
portal.
that. Like it's coming from there. Like you
Portal,
ever heard
yeah,
of that
exactly.
spot
It's
in
just a portal.
it's called Skinwalker Ranch up in Utah. And they like, look, we watching some shit. They say they looking at some stuff. They say they looking with a UFO coming at, and this is like in the backdrop. It was another, like when it opened up, it was like another damn world. Like it was dawn on the other side, but it was night where they was at, and
You
the shit
believe that
closed
shit,
up.
King Cass? Hold up, you believe that shit, King Cass?
I mean, I think well, wormholes and different dimensions. Yeah, most definitely.
But you could believe that, but you can't believe that Negroes was in America, though, right?
Oh man, not
I'm just no. Just being like you think we crazy? You think we crazy? You think
I don't believe it in that
you
sense
think you
of. I don't
saying
believe
you
it
think
in that
I'm
sense.
just saying for us, if it's not real, then we have to be crazy. If no black people is over here and all the shit that we talk about, then we must be the crazy ones by coming up here every day saying this and even believing this nonsense.
No,
Right?
I don't agree. Now, do I agree that people probably transversed the seas and migrated over through certain land bridges and stuff like that? Yeah, even though it was a Cherokee book. I wish I could find that book. It was a Cherokee book I had that talked about black people. It talked about the white man in there too, but it talked about black people that they went to war with and said they was warlike. And I wish I could find that book. I can't find that book. I got to go ask my mentor what it
You
was because he
do
had it.
realize that what you saying right now going
Yeah.
in your friendship with King, with not a coincidence, right?
I mean, yeah, well, I talked to not a coincidence, because we talked about like pyramids and different things, and I'm like, yo, brick mason is a learned science. Brick masonry ain't nothing you just spring up with. Like somebody has to learn that from somebody else. If I'm making jewelry or whatnot, and I'm cutting stones and different things, it ain't some shit that I just like got out of the mud and just like, all right, I'm gonna do this, right? I had to learn this from somebody else. You feel me?
So the Egyptians learned it from the Americans, or not? The Egyptians are the Americans.
With the Egypt, wow, I can say that the Egyptians sailed over here.
How can they sell over
But
here when they didn't even exist, and we was creating pyramids before they existed? So how could they come over here first?
well, you deal with the cocaine mummies and you deal with the
We
reed
ain't
boats. You
dealing with
remember
no
that dude that
cocaine,
sailed that
mama.
reed boat?
Cocaine. The reason why it's cocaine in Egypt because we took it over there. They ain't because they came here.
Okay, look.
That was the
Tahiti,
second world.
Thoth,
Egypt was over here first, but go ahead.
Thoth created all the pyramids. In the emerald tablets, they had the halls of Amenti. Okay, in this halls of Amenti, Thoth can clone himself into any being he want. So that went from Thoth to the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl. This is the same entity.
Greece to Islam.
I'm a
Greece.
rule. I'm a rule.
I'm in Ru, I'm in Ra, whatever. Yep,
No,
this is
I'm
the
a
same.
rule. I'm a rule.
This is the
Muru.
same entity that
Yes.
was able to clone himself into a different being after a certain number of time, and put his old body back in the whatever chamber, right? So the offspring from Thoth or the Kemites or the Egyptians is us. You dig what I'm saying? We are the
Hold up. We
Atlanteans.
ain't come from no
Based
Egyptian.
off a
We
nigga
was
that
here
was cloning
first.
himself.
We was here. Hold up. We was
Just
here
read,
first,
read,
bro.
read, read, read the Emerald Tablets.
I'm
Don't
not. I'm
don't
just
don't
saying.
believe me.
Well, look. So where did they find the emerald tablets at? Anunnaki priest.
I'm not sure where they found the
They
Emerald
found it in
Tablets at.
South America, brother.
I thought
Okay.
they
Right.
found it in Kemet. I
They
thought they
found
found
it in
it in
No,
South
Kemet.
America. They found it in the pyramid in South America, bro.
Okay, I
I'm
can't
telling
argue
y'all,
with that.
Egypt was over here.
bro. You believe
Let me
they
ask.
found it, or did they
Say
just
what?
come up with this shit? You believe
Huh?
they actually found that shit and then
They fa-
presented it to the
I
world?
believe. I believe in them. I believe that they found tablets, like the NASCAR tablets, like the
Right.
shit that
But what
the
I
shit that. Wait. Hold on. Wait. The
The
shit
Yamana
that
we list.
what's the name? the shit that's in Children of Mu, Symbols of Mu, and Queen of Mu. I don't believe
Exactly.
Church Ward was some type of crazy nigga because he had actual sources.
Right.
He had real sources in there. But niggas be like, oh, this some goofy. It's actual people who are deemed real educators who believe this shit. We the only niggas. Oh, that's pseudo. That's pseudo. How the fuck we know it's pseudo?
So
Real
because other
researchers
niggas that you never met
like
or
10
has
years
talked
and
to
brother, my dude.
believe it,
Huh? Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
that means that it's necessary for you to believe it.
Listen, my
Because
man, it's necessary for me to explore that option or explore that thought and see whether or not it's true or not. It
it
ain't for
makes
me to
sense.
so
just it ain't for me just no, bro. Listen, it ain't just for me to dismiss it. See,
What
that's a
but
about
you
problem.
do the
flexible?
same thing
You niggas got
with the
comfortable
African
information.
theorists
Man,
like that.
don't make me mute you. Don't make me mute you. You niggas get
That's all y'all
comfortable.
do. Y'all suckers over here, bro. Go ahead and
Yeah,
do what you do,
suckers.
man.
All
I
right,
already
okay.
know. I
All
already
right,
know you're a
peace.
Who
sucker, nigga. All you niggas suckers.
Who that? Hold up.
Fucking can't hold a fight for
who's that,
nobody.
bro? Who are you?
Peace. He out of here. Fuck that nigga. Matter of fact,
Right.
you know what? Block that nigga too. Block him. Okay? So fuck all that. Niggas can feel how they want to feel. This is how the shit gonna work for now. When I'm around. So it's like
Hey,
at the end of
Hano.
yeah.
Yeah. So me, this I'm about to. No, I was gonna
Do
tap in something. So
anybody
what do you
oh
think
wait,
about?
wait, 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 wait. Do anybody else got I know I think that was nonetheless. Go ahead,
No,
brother.
yeah, I want. No, I wanted, because I ain't gonna sit here act like I studied real deep into it. Like who's that? The guy, greatest champ,
Yes,
and
sir. Yes, sir.
you A1. I haven't went it as deep as y'all, but I did find out that when you're dealing with the Amun Ra, right? And then I did find some similarities in the Amun Ra. And from what I seen was the Amun Ra was the original science in the Americas, right? But
Wait,
the
wait, wait,
Amun
wait, wait,
Ra,
wait, 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 wait. Amen Ra.
right?
AMERA.
Uh-huh.
If you take the N out.
Right, right, right,
I'm a Ra. I'm a Ra.
right.
I'm
What
a
I'm
Ra.
saying,
I'm
well,
Mary.
what I wanted to point out was those was the stolen knowledge from here that was forbidden. You feel me? They took it over to Egypt and had those and they created them Amun Ra as gods. So they had the people over there worshiping them. You see what I'm saying? From the knowledge that they took from here. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I've seen. Now I don't know whether or not you can elaborate on that, but from even when you read into Kemet, you start seeing those corrupt priesthoods, and you start constantly seeing Amen Ra. Even in the Bible, you see them the Amen. You
But
know what I
even
mean?
if you don't
So
see Amen Ra, you see Maya, you see
right,
Amaru. So you see this all within the so-called Egyptian, whatever the fuck you want to call that shit. You know what I'm saying?
the Naga Maya. I think Young Pharaoh's the only one that I seen really go into the Naga Maya text, which is they give you more in detail what the Bible was talking about with the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, they said a lot of that shit come from the cipher Maya, Maya,
Uh huh.
the cipher Maya. This is decoded when you get into like dealing with Kabbalism. All that shit came from America because the Mayans got a tree of life. All that shit came from here, and these people
Right.
just compartmentalizing the information and trying to say that these people are all separate people. They will never tell you that the people in America was capable of doing any of this shit. Never. Because they remember the reason that they here, according to the history, is because that the Indians didn't know what to do with the land. This is the narrative. This is it. This is it. The Indians ain't know what to do with the land, so let's take it. Meanwhile, we got these civilizations going on. We living way better than the Indians or whatever. According to that, we living way better than them. Negroes in America was living way better than the Indians, bro.
Yeah,
Y'all have a good one. I'm about
I
to be
done
out. I'm
been
gonna
to the
try to jump back up
reservation.
if
It's
y'all
rough
still
out there.
live.
Let's say that again, sis.
I'm gonna try to jump back up if y'all still live. I gotta do a couple of things.
No
I'll be in
doubt,
the
no
chat.
doubt.
All
All
right.
right, so
Right.
yeah, this right up your alley too. I wish you could went in a little bit more.
So what do you think about Göbekli Tepe being considered probably the oldest right now, as far as stone structures that they found as during the Ice Age? You know, we talking
I
about
don't
pre.
think it's older than nothing they found in America, brother.
I
I'm
think it's
telling you.
impossible to date stone. Scientists cannot date stone.
Nah, they could by the layers of you know what I'm saying, whatever the
Sediment.
yeah,
No,
they
they
do
can't.
it just like
That
wood
shit
and
is
then
not. That
rock.
shit is not
You
absolute,
can't
bro.
date
That's none
when
of
it
that
was
shit is
built.
absolute. If it's not absolute, then it's all pseudo.
If you
None of
have
that
an
shit.
old stone, right, that's 1,000,000 years old, and you put it somewhere tomorrow, is that location that you just built 1,000,000 years old? So you can't date stone.
You could
Scientists
date
don't even
I mean, you could
attempt to
date
anything
it
do
if
like
it's
that.
we're dealing
tropical.
with water and you dealing with layers, sediment, and different things. I mean, if you basing it on that, you know,
Do
like
you
On
That's
think
what?
almost
not
like
that
what they're doing.
science is
On
That's not
carbon
what
absolute?
they're
dating?
doing for.
One
That's
mic,
not what
Carbon
they're
one mic,
doing
dating?
for Göbekli Tepe.
one mic, fellas. We getting carried away. Do you think that science is absolute? Yes or no? That's it. Everybody ain't everybody who want to
I
answer that
think it's
question.
forever
Nah.
update. Is European the European way
Is
we
it
base the science
absolute?
on is
Yes or
update.
no? Yes or no?
No,
Yeah.
it
Yes.
updates
No.
itself.
Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Not
No, I'm
no
not gonna say all of it's
extra
absolute. No,
fucking paragraph of shit. Yes or no?
no, it
I,
updates itself.
Huh?
It updates itself.
It don't
Like when
update
they,
nothing. The people just find more information and research to add to it, but there's still fucking theories. They can't recreate nothing that they see. So how the fuck can they ever do an experiment? So it's all still theoretic.
Yeah.
Not to
It's still
mention
all.
that not to mention there's so much evidence of continents and islands that go in that come and go. Before they were saying that continents shift over millions of years, and now they're saying that this can actually happen in a year. Like a whole island could go underneath water in a week, in a day.
oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's
You know what I'm saying?
definitely going
So
down.
uh, there's probably whole land masses that's underneath the ocean right now that goes back who knows, God knows how long.
It's
They
whole
just found
pyramids.
they just found all these islands off the coast of Japan. So imagine all the artifacts on that island over there, right? And that shit just popped up. So I think it's foolhardy for them to say this was the oldest or that is the oldest. There's all this shit underneath the ocean that we have no idea about. Not to mention all that shit over there in Antarctica that they can't even really go over there and study, or they choose not to. So we only know what they decide
They there
to
already. They just
research.
ain't telling you what's going on.
Nah, yeah, they over there. It's
They
tropical. I
just ain't
believe it.
telling you what's going on.
Yeah, I
Well,
believe my
I'm
book
Admiral
is
familiar. No,
Byrd,
no, I got my
listen, now
speculation of
listen.
what's going on.
Yes. Admiral Byrd already. They already was in. Somebody mute their mic, please. Um, Admiral Byrd, who was already in Antarctica, they was already talking about you know what I'm saying, the shit that they found over there, man. And then they make references of this shit in movies.
right.
I seen King Kong, right? The
Hollow
new
Earth.
one. The new one.
Oh, yeah.
That motherfucker went from America to China. Like he went through when he went to China, that's when him and Godzilla got together and killed that other monster, right?
He went through a
But
hole in
he
a
went
hollow
through
earth.
a wormhole. He went through a wormhole, right?
hmm
They
yeah, we
showed
talk
the
about
shit
that
in the movie.
wormhole again. See,
Yeah, they showed it in the movies. I'm just saying, bro. If you could believe a wormhole, then you could believe Negroes was in America.
I mean, it's obviously doorways and gateways to other parallel universes or hollow earth or somewhere. You know,
Well, I don't know about all that, but
I
like I
mean,
was saying yesterday with
They
Bermuda,
don't cut them off like that, bro. How you gonna cut them off like that,
I
bro?
mean, ancient. We got ancient doorways made out of stone all over this mug. You know what I'm saying? So that
Yeah.
doorway had to
Have you
lead
ever
to
heard?
somewhere.
So you don't believe in the hollow? I'm not just saying I don't believe in none of this shit. But you know what I'm saying. But there's evidence of individuals who have written about this. But at the end of the day, what the fuck can we believe? We can't believe nothing. The only thing you can believe is what you see with your physical eyes that you actually do. Everything else is speculation, whether it's primary source or secondary source or whatever, however you want to research it.
Nah, my bad, bro. I was only fucking with him though, but
No.
like
I'm
I
just
was
saying.
telling you,
No. I'm asking you. Do you? So you don't like? Okay. So when it comes to
I'm
that
a
hollow
master scientist. I'm gonna tell you everything you're saying. What I do is I'll put it to the side for further inquiry, right?
earth, save a mental note.
Yeah, like a mental note. Right now, in particular, I'm more curious to a lot of those islands off the Caribbean, especially the Bermuda Triangle, right? So
Bimini.
that particular area over there, they say that compasses don't work over there. Whenever they go over there to try to study, shit goes haywire. Whenever they do any of those geological scans in the ocean, they're finding examples of pyramid structures. They got all type of gold buried under there. They're saying it's coming from pirates. Yet, how could pirates really be over there if the navigation gets thrown off? So for me, and I'm just going to make a leap of faith, I think there had to be some kind of landmass in this area connecting a hyper advanced civilization. So that's pretty much where I'm at right now. I'm compiling information in regards to
Bermuda
that.
probably was connected to Florida, just like Cuba and all that other shit probably was. It's just underwater.
The Bermuda
Right. So you
Triangle
know
got,
how, like
got
with
a
Dr.
pyramid.
Longo, right? He got a theory that Florida is Atlantis and the Fertile Crescent, and he got all the information
And we've
with
been
that.
saying Atlantis was America before, I mean, shout out to Dr. Longo. Well, we've been saying that, and people say that this shit is mythology. But it's just
Well,
like,
here,
it's just like okay. I know some of the individuals that I hear talking about this shit are deemed intelligent individuals.
Dead
So it's
ass.
just, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I know like a motherfucker like David Hatcher Childress. And I'm saying he European. And he didn't excavate it, and he's an archaeologist. He didn't went around a lot of different places. And he say a lot of shit that his contemporaries don't agree with.
but
Dr.
here's
Billy
but
Parker.
for people that want to dispute that, just know that a lot of the early Europeans referred to America as Atlantis. That's why they labeled the ocean the Atlantic Ocean, right? So Atlantis is the Atlantic Ocean. That's why,
They get
in
better
other
than
words,
that.
it's the ocean
It's
of
called
Atlantis.
Atlantis is a synonym.
The
Atlantis.
land.
And they call
Atlantis. Just like
and they call it
Atlanta.
yeah
Right.
the Black Mecca.
Atlanta.
Right. There you go right there.
Tuh.
Atlanta is another
But Atlan is the root word. Tuh will be also a synonym. Just like tis is a synonym, right? Atlanta, Atlantis, Atlanteans, all of them are synonyms.
And I remember I was watching a documentary a couple years ago about this guy out in Florida. He got a whole castle set up where he got pyramids using anti gravity technology. And he doesn't, I think he died before he revealed how he was able to create all of those structures. But
He didn't
I got my
create
own
them. He
theory on
learned
that.
that science probably. He learned that science from us, man. That's why I say, like, when it comes to this shit right here, look, I'm just telling people, right? These people don't reference us as Indians, man, but they say we are the Tanchans of this land. Now, in some cases, you see documentation saying Indians refer to the Aborigines of the land, right? But these people don't refer to. They refer to us as some high science, high technology people.
Well, see, the thing is, a lot of the Europeans, and when I say Europeans, I'm talking
I'm not
about in
saying. I'm just
particular.
saying in general, just for
No,
the
no, no,
people
no. I'm about to build on something else.
who don't seem to understand, like how a lot of this shit applies to us. Just us as, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot more other than our families were some farmers, or
But
whatever you want
here's
to say.
here is where I was going to go with it. A lot of the Europeans, in particular, the Jewish families that control a lot of the corporate industries, understand a lot of the science, which, in particular, free energy science. You know, the type of science that Nikola Tesla was working on, which would give free and unlimited energy.
But
And a lot of
Nikola
this
Tesla
information
didn't
is buried in
create
the
none of that.
code.
Look,
No, no, I know, I
Nikola.
know. Hold on, let me finish.
No,
I'm about to land. I got
but
you. I
you
got you.
have to clarify that before you go further. Tesla did not. He did not create none of that shit.
I
That was
never
the
said he
science.
created it. I just
No,
mentioned his
I know
name.
that. I'm just saying though. That was the science of the Americas. He happened to
Well,
get.
that's where I was going to get to. You kind
Okay.
of jumped ahead of me a
Well,
little bit.
Okay. Go ahead.
Tesla was in contact with aliens, from my
No,
research.
what I was going to say is like, right, so when you got Nikola Tesla, who, if you read his autobiography, he says that he went and he was consulted with shamans who was giving him the information. Nikola Tesla was a very spiritual man, and he was also into the occult and esoteric. He read the Kabbalion, and he came back with that information, and he discovered a lot of the free energy, and they suppressed them because of that. So all of these lands who was using the free energy technology, part of the reason why a lot of the Jewish families suppress the information is they don't want the free energy information to get out. Because once the free energy information gets out, the entire American commercial
We had
economic
free
system
energy,
collapses.
bro. We already had energy when they got here. We remember we created the
That's
light
what I'm
bulb, so
saying.
we knew. Wait,
No,
wait, 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 wait,
I
wait.
know that.
So
But
we
my point
already
is they
knew.
don't want they
Wait,
not trying to
Zab,
have
Zab.
that.
I understand that, Zab. Listen, Nicole. First of all, another thing is, you know, what I'm saying, certain individuals talk about Nikola Tesla as being a Negro. Now, as far as the science that he had, that's our ancient science. What I was saying is, if you can harness energy in a light bulb, you already if you can harness energy in a light bulb, then tell me what else you can do. That means you can harness that energy in anything that can contain it. You see
He
what I'm
turned
saying?
he turned the whole New Yorker into a pyramid, a generator.
Yeah, but nah, he didn't do none of that. Cause I can show you in American Encyclopedia, we already had lights here. So it's like he didn't create none of that shit. I know what they say he did, that he was responsible in Zap. I know you probably was gonna say this, that they had the ports. He was gonna put the ports in front of everybody's house and get them free energy. They knocked him off and stole that idea and made people pay for it. Whether you in New York, Con Edison, New Jersey, we got PSENG. I don't know what people got beyond that. But they made people pay for the energy. The energy is harnessed through electricity, through um harnessing lightning and all that type of shit.
Well,
I mean, so I
Earth's power grid. Earth got its
exactly,
own
exactly,
magnetic field.
exactly. That's all I was gonna say to you, brother. Like you can't like when these people tell you that they did something, always remember, brother, that it's always a motherfucking something in disguise, bro. Don't never believe these people. Like Nikola Tesla got that science from the Americas, bro. Them Slavics and shit over there are peasants, according to what history tell us. And I'm not even saying that to be funny. This is what history be saying.
Tesla had over 700 patents. We hear about them now today, like Project Bluebeam. All these different government weapons that they're using against us. HARP, weather control. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they took him out. Tell you the truth, because
Yeah,
they
but
wanted
they
that
just
book. They
giving
wanted
him
his journal.
credit. It ain't like Tesla is the individual that that is the beacon for that particular information. You know what I'm saying? He's the beacon for that. But that's not right and exact because we know we already had it. When you study the Americas and you see that all this science was already here before any European was probably on the planet. Shit was already here, my dude. All of that shit, bro. We been had lights and shit like that,
Right.
bro. So
Hey,
this
but
ain't no before Tesla came around. You think we ain't had lights in the 1600s? They show you motherfuckers running around here with tiki torches and all this shit, but you honestly believe we ain't had, like, you think we had some fucking twick that that's probably soaked in some type of gasoline or something, the way, like, no, nigga, we had real electricity over here.
They
because
got light bulbs on the pyramids, helicopters,
right.
all of that.
But that was the only technology that we would utilize as well to generate electricity. The windmill is ancient. We've been had windmills. We've been had water mills where your house was not only next to the river, just because you needed a water source, but it was also we had these big turbines that was attached to the house that would spin the turbine and create electricity that way too. We also
But
had
you,
other fuel besides oil. We was using turpentine from the tree sap, and you only
Mm-hmm.
find those type of trees in America.
Yeah,
Then
that's
nobody
what I'm
else knows.
saying.
Only
Like,
reason they stopped doing the turpentine because the oil company was trying to monopolize getting people just to depend on oil. So they stopped. They stopped with the refining of the turpentine, which is made through the tree sap.
and see, hey, look, nonetheless, right? See, everything they don't give you credit for, we find out that we was the ones that did it. So I don't believe
Right.
none of this shit. That everything that they say that they did, we find out we did it. So once I
Right.
find out that we did it, that means that whatever science, like even with the Nikola Tesla thing, you think an individual like Benjamin Banneker, we don't know exactly what he was responsible for. They only tell you some of the shit.
Mhm.
hmm
You see what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not saying what I'm saying is like it can be proven by fact. I'm telling you that everything that these people say that they bought here, we find out we've been doing this shit for thousands of years already, nigga. Disability, social security, dentistry, barbershops, fucking eye surgery, brain
surgery.
surgery. You
Yeah,
understand what I'm saying? So it's like, wait a minute. What do you mean? And if you say Africans invented this, then show me this science over there.
Mhm.
They
right.
can't. It's crickets. Oh man, look at these bricks right here. Nonetheless, look at these rocks right here stacked together and shit.
Yeah,
I
some
think
boulders you can dig up from under the ground.
Yeah, you could have got a bunch of chimpanzees and gave them bananas, and they would have did that.
I think
So
nonetheless, asked earlier, what's our perspective on the creation story?
nah, that
With the
was Zab,
pyramids.
Zab, Zab,
That was
Zab.
Zab.
You still on here?
Yeah, most people did say I had my own perspective. I ain't even tell what mine was. I just got
Oh
my
well,
own,
yeah, yeah. Well,
idea.
I was gonna go into the Predator movie. I think it was the third one. With the shorty from Love and Basketball. She got on the spaceship. They had Egyptian writing, and those predators are actually called the Yautja Prime Warriors. They're the protectors of the galaxy, and I guess they gonna balance out the Earth whenever they come back. The Anunnaki, whatever you want to call them. They're gonna be 8 to 25 feet tall, heavily melanated from their copper blood, either green or blue or purple black. You dig what I'm saying? And yeah, man, I really believe we come from the stars, man. Like I said, all ancient texts, all ancient tribes say we came from the heavens.
But what stars though?
I mean, we got. They said Tesla
I
was
think
a
they're three.
Venusian.
I think
They say in Black Panther, they got Meteor Man. They put it in the movies, bro. We come, you got Sirius, you got Atlantean. These are all star systems. The Palladians, the Lyrans,
So you believe
this.
that is outside? You believe that is outside this planet, man, outside the firmament?
Nah, I don't. If we could see the stars, how could it be outside? It's under
Exactly.
the dome. It's under the dome. It's not
Okay.
outside the dome.
Okay. All right. That's
But
a
the,
good
but
perspective. Okay.
but then you got shit like the UN flag and people like Richard Byrd or Admiral Byrd saying that he saw a whole landmass and it was tropical, the size of the United States, and somewhere that they show us is full of ice.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what I'm saying? I believe in the hollow Earth theory. I believe Shambhala, Agartha, Atlantis. All of that shit is in the Earth. This is the
Hey,
surface
he
world.
said it's like 30 other fucking continents, man. Like
They
outside. And I'm
they
not,
show
look. I can't verify none of this shit, man. I don't
It's
have the
called
space.
it's called the cosmic age.
Yeah.
You know, we are one landmass of multiple land masses. We don't know what extraterrestrial, extra-terrain, beings are there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they call it
They
an
won't
infinite
show us that.
plane as well
But
too.
but 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 like I said, they put it in the movies. They put it on the UN flag. It's clearly more land masses that they're not showing us.
But one thing that's for sure is that only they talking about people talking about going to other planets when they only navigated maybe 10% of the Earth, especially underneath the ocean. They don't know what's underneath there. They don't know nothing about this planet to be going to another planet. You know what I'm saying? Or another plane anyway. So I don't see what's the rush and what's all this getting people to believe this bullshit when you don't even know where you are now.
Yeah, these
You know
But
what
people
I'm
like I
saying?
create
said,
fantasies, man. They create
Yeah, yo.
fantasies for people, and people buy into these people like they factual. The people who giving you what they giving you is all new here, and then the information they can't even vibrate with. They can't even verify the information because they ain't the ones that created it. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, look, man, it's a lot of shit that can be discussed. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people may not get with it. And that's cool. Like, I'm not like, look, man, look, this shit right here, the Americas and understanding like who we are and what our people did here, you hear all types of shit when you research. So, like, if you ain't a person that like the research and you ain't an individual who will listen to like, some of this other information that's not popular speech, then that's up to you. I'm quite sure most individuals who are listening to AP or listen to me or listen to some of the other brothers, they had to somehow hear unpopular speech, and they had to sit there and come to some type of consensus, even with themselves, and say, well, wait a minute, what's these people is lying about everything. They telling you the slaves, when technically slave is a fucking Slavic ethnicity group. And niggas is raising their hand to be this. Like, yeah, I'm that. That's my people. Yeah, that's me. That's me. That's me.
what pisses me off is these niggas. They took our right to live for free. They took our right to travel for free, by land or sea. You know what I'm saying? This monetary system, this monopoly money that we give power.
Corporation. They
You
created
dig what
they
I'm saying?
created you a corporation. They made everything around you corporate. Everything
Exactly.
that you used to be able to gather up that was free, they made everything corporate. Everything corporate. Now everything is commerce. But you could take yourself out the commerce system. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you
Right.
want to, you just got you just have to produce everything that you need. Cause don't think you just like now it's so much shit like propaganda and commerce. That shit is something that's attracted to people. So as long as that system go with people, whether I don't care if it was in Tia Titcherland or whatever, Tia Nochaland, right, where you was able to go and you might see something that you like or whatever, a market like a free market like Walmart, where you got different corporations that producing different goods and they selling it. They got
Yeah,
product.
they took out all the mom and pop stores and put a Walmart in every town, every city.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Shit crazy. But I think
Yeah.
I think hey, I think we'll be fine just living off the land and on our own and shit. Hey, we've been doing it for thousands of years. Everybody just gotta learn how to become a farmer.
Well,
Uh,
the whole
Shit
this is
ain't
where the
hard.
issue came in at, right? This is where the issue came in, right? When you talk about the commercialism, right? You talk about creating entities. What happens is this: when you have people that when you do something for them, they say they owe you. That gives birth to the whole system. Like if I have a family member, right, and I don't, and they say, well, say I got this. You say, for instance, I got a whole kitchen dinette set and a couch and shit, right? Some people in their own family like will say, okay, how much you gonna give me for that? I feel like if I got it, I'm gonna give it to you without having making somebody owe me. You know what I mean? Or somebody might say, well, shit, you owe me now. You feel what I'm saying? Instead of doing whatever you got to do and say, you know what, that's yours. You know what I mean? yeah, I did. You know what I mean? You can come get, you know what I mean, whatever you need, and don't worry about paying me back type of shit. But when you have people that get into this hierarchy system, say, well, you know what, I can actually be this big person if I start making everybody owe me. You know what I'm saying? You came on my shit, I did this. Now this person owe me this person. You see what I'm saying? So now it becomes it starts to be corrupt. You start being a little bit ahead of yourself. You start getting this big head type of shit where people stop doing shit out of the goodness of just all that heart. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's because they took away the bartering system and they made everything about wealth.
Yeah,
Back in
but
the
they
day,
bond
Well,
man.
you to certain things. They
well, even
bond
if
Back in the
you,
you.
day,
They
back in the
well,
day,
bond
bro,
you
you to
even
used to
certain
trade.
things though. Like they bond you, like driver license, right? That you bonded to that. If you want to drive, you
Exactly.
have to have one, and that means you have to pay it every 5 years or whatever the fuck they be asking. You know what I'm saying? And that's
Exactly.
with a lot
right,
of other things. So they certain things they're binded to. Certain things you
right.
have. You know, like. Or I'm just saying, unless you unless you know how to work know how to really work legalese, or you know what I'm saying, law and shit that's lawful according to them. If you
Right.
really know how to manipulate that, and when I say manipulating it, it's manipulating it to be outside of their jurisdiction. But that's a whole nother story. I really only want to even have a legal lead talk.
No,
But
that's
Yeah.
why. Yeah, that A1. But that's where the genesis of the problem it starts at, where a foreign entity comes in and say that okay, we're going to do this, and boom, now you owe us. You know what I mean? Because we're the ones that initiated this type of system, and because you're using our form, even though you might have had your own system, you know what I mean? They're trying to create an entity and attach you to it and say that now you owe us. You know what I'm saying? When in theory, we don't owe nobody shit.
But
That's really our shit. You see what
they
I'm
built
saying?
they built the
Yeah.
Constitution on top of the laws of the land. People
but
forget that.
it ain't for us. The Constitution is for them.
Right.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
They
But
talk about the
they
13th and 14th Amendment. They
they
not. They
overrule it.
saying slave. Nah, but listen, slaves. If you niggas think you are slaves, then nigga, that shit is for you. They're not talking about us, nigga. They talking about them. They're not talking about us. Nowhere in that Constitution except Indians not taxed or Aborigines not taxed, nigga. That's it. Everything, all that shit is for them.
Yeah, but
None
they
of that
call
shit.
us Americans, and then by giving us a
We
birth
are
certificate,
Americans. We are, but you
I'm just
have
I'm
to
just I'm just I'm
separate.
just
You
saying.
have to edify them on what the term definition of American mean. You can't let them tell you what it means because they're going to tell you, and you're going to be bound under them.
But
America,
buy a social security card, they throw us into the system. You see what I'm saying? Now we got to go by their rules and
that's the
laws.
United States.
Yeah, that's the United
Nah, but
States. That's
that's
what
the
we're talking
United
about.
States. You are the but the United States is of what? What is it
Exactly.
of?
Yeah,
Huh?
right. Of America.
Okay, so who the Americans?
Right, exactly.
No, who the Americans? Who are the Americans?
But
This
it's not.
motherfuckers that been
It's a
here.
foreign entity. United States is a foreign entity, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just who are the Americans?
Right.
Right.
No, who are the
Because
The
of
Americans? I
means
don't know.
all.
Y'all saying right? Who are the Americans? I'm asking y'all. Who the Americans?
the it's the Aboriginals.
Okay, then. So the United States is of America. So the Americans, like these niggas, took over and became your trustee. They became that. They became that without your approval.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Cause they
I
saying
follow.
that you don't know how to operate or you don't know how to work in commerce. So they became your trustee. When I say your trustee is United States of. So of must mean that you're navigating on my property.
Right.
Mhm.
So if they navigating on your property, the Americans are who? The Aborigines or copper color races, right? So that's how you
Mm-hmm.
separate that. Niggas be saying Americans ain't we the only we the only honorable people of the serpent. And I know that sound wicked, but everything you think is wicked is good, and everything you think is good is bad. It's like motherfucker call you nice. Oh, she's so nice. Nice means stupid or foolish or naive. You know what I'm saying? Like so, you don't know. You in bizarro world. Period. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we got Zab, you still up here, man? I know King Cash is up here. I mean, what you got to say about that, King Cash?
King Cash ass at work, bro.
That nigga
But
got
bro, let's talk about. I want to talk about something real quick because I didn't get a chance to hop on the panel when y'all was on there talking about that picture, right? Uh, this this is where the
what
disingenuous
picture?
shit
What
comes in.
picture?
Charles the Fifth, bro. You know the one that where you were talking about. You said it was Charles was he was the Mayan and not a coincidence. Try to say that that wasn't him. It was some African mother.
He said what?
Remember that?
What? Remember what?
No, when the picture you brought up of Charles the Fifth, the emperor, the Mayan. You said it was the Mayan. He tried to argue with you and say it wasn't.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
You were just on like on Ab TV joint.
You talking about this one? Look,
No, the one with the black. You
look,
had the man.
look,
He tried to say it
look
wasn't
on the
him.
screen. Look on the screen.
Oh, that's Carlos Quintos. Yeah.
Okay, that's not Carlos Cuento. That's their
No,
version of Carlos
right,
Cuento.
right. I got you.
Look. That's it with the Hatberg jaw, right? Now check this
Mm-hmm.
out. So just walk with me real quick. So
Mm-hmm.
it's saying are mulattoized depictions accurate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it say no, they're all nothing but beyond lies, right? Look,
Mm-hmm.
so even when you go in the English, they go Carlos Cuento right here. Obviously, he don't look like him. This is a Negro. He don't look like that
Mm-hmm.
cracker up there. So then you go further into a boom. Do he look anything like him? According to do he look like him? Yes or no?
No, they try to like make
All
the
right, so even you go further than that, right? Boom, you go a little further. Him right here, right?
yeah, that one. Yeah.
Holy Roman Emperor. See, he don't want to believe that he could be a Holy Roman Emperor, but he have no problem with believing that this guy right here was the real Carlos Quinn. This is how you know that these niggas is agents. They don't want no progression
Mm-hmm.
for us mentally or physically. He want to keep your mind that this is Carlos Quinto, aka as opposed to right here, you see him right here, Carlos Quinto. He's a fucking Negro. He
Mm-hmm.
don't look nothing like that motherfucker up there. And then you go further down, they go people saying that this him, right? But then look, this is
Hold
also
on.
him.
He got a
This,
sword on? Yeah.
yeah, this is also him. You see him with that what's
Mm-hmm.
the name? The what the fuck they call this?
The same
A
style.
sniper, well, not
Scepter.
a scepter. Yes, a scepter, right? Same shit you see Sir Solomon Jones went with when he went to I think that was Israel, right? So
Mm-hmm.
this is look. So it's saying probably Carlos Quinto, Holy Roman Emperor, right? So they talk about it's saying by virtue of the time frame and his Habsburg jaw. Now look, check this out. See, I already had this pulled up for you. I knew you was gonna say something about this nonetheless. I don't know. Tell me if you can hear it. I might have to go back out and do it again.
Yeah, check my Instagram. I got a lot of the agent on Instagram. So you talking about
Can
the
you
alien?
hold up. Can you hear that nonetheless?
Yeah.
Somebody mute that
No,
mic,
it's
please.
low. It's low.
All right, hold up. All right, so look, hold up. I want you to hear this. So when I do this, everybody got to mute their mic though, so we can hear it. So see, the thing is when you hear other people who already know about this, and then you find other research that valid. Oh my God, let me go back. I gotta click the fucking screen. And you hear other people who validate it. You know what I'm saying? Like, period. It's too many people who know about this, and for anybody to reject it and not take this in consideration, them niggas is an agent, bro. And that's how
And
people.
this is actually super old. I've been, this like five. I
Yeah.
mean, this is super old, bro. I've been already looked into it, so I know exactly
Nah, I know that.
that.
We've been. I mean, we've been
Yeah,
talking. I've been talking about this shit
yeah,
for at least
yeah.
5 years. So it's
Right.
like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh my god, I keep fucking doing it, man. Look, shit.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the Americas. You know, I'm more of a historian. You know what I'm saying? Even though that's history, I'm more
Americans
like
is the
a
gods,
galactic
nigga.
historian.
We the gods, nigga. Everything came from over here. The Kemetic gods came from the Americas, man.
The Kemetic
Period.
gods came from the Sumerian gods.
The Sumerian gods was in America. This is Cougar Key. Where they also, you go to Zachariah Stitch and they talk about the Sumerians in Cougar Key. Cougar Key is Peru. Created a hominid beings to mine precious metals for them.
I fuck with Billy Carson. I don't really fuck with
Yeah,
Zachariah
but
Sitchin.
Billy Carson is also on some agent shit, bro. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you. You look, listen, brother, listen. Did Billy Carson just tell you? He don't never tell you where they found the emerald tablets at. They found the emerald tablets in South America, nigga.
I ain't never heard nobody ask him in an interview either. Though.
But why? So why? But why he keep on talking about Africa? And his thing is the emerald tablets. If he knew that they found them in South America.
He go into detail about the Imana Ulish, these
Now I
ancient
know what
texts.
he go into detail, but he don't put it. He put it. He don't say that them people are us. He just
Yes, he
saying
do.
use the
Yeah,
science
he
of
do.
it.
He say we the children of Enki. Yes, he do.
Oh,
Thoth
okay,
is
all right,
Enki. Zaya Sutra is Noah. He go into
okay,
detail.
all right. So look, this music. I just want to just play this one little clip right here, real quick.
Facial coloration of the portrait of King Louis Philippe I reminded me of another one I had seen like that. I had seen it with the two-tone face of King Charles III of Spain, shown here. Then these are existing portraits and statues for comparison of King Philip II of Spain, also ruler of Portugal, as well as England and Ireland for a time, and the son of Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. These two portraits of Emperor Charles V are also available to find in an internet search, again with similar facial structure between the two portraits, with the tilt of the chins and the similar clothing. The 1830s.
That's all I wanted to put out there, man. I just wanted
Yeah,
to
bro.
just since we was talking about it, but I
Yeah.
showed you the other image of them too. And it's like
Right.
he'll believe he a white man, but we already see the Incas list. That he don't look nothing like that motherfucker that we
Right.
just seen. So it's like at this point in time, they can't even get the photo right.
But we've been building on. That's what I think that he be trying. Like we just be following like what you say and whatnot, and we just like come on, bro. We all was building on this in the back check for years ago. You know what I'm saying? So we already proved you like just now. You prove your position, whether or not it's him or not. What he does or these Pan Africans do, they'll come on some Wikipedia shit, right? Bring out one picture of this white man with a whole bunch of pseudo whitewash pictures and say, "Oh, here you go, right here. That shit is lazy. Anybody could do that." You see what I'm saying? Not only so now he just say, "Well, that picture was called the African." You gave an actual name. He just said it's an African man, anonymous African man. Now,
Yup,
when you look at the picture, what you got to do if you're a Pan African is look at how he's dressed. Okay, which tribe had on a noble headdress with a medallion on the front with a coat of arms on it? Then you got to ask what Africans have a beard like that or a chin. You know what I'm saying?
yup.
So
And
he didn't do that.
He looked like an American Negro, right?
But bro, what Africans look like him? Okay, has a
but
beard.
but if he the Holy Roman Emperor in what 1500s, right? The
But
Holy Roman Emperor. I mean, he was the fucking boss, nigga. He was in
and
charge
he's
of all of Rome.
and the way he's dressed, he's not dressed like no average person. He dressed like a nobleman.
He got gloves on. Look, he got white
Right,
gloves on. Come on, my brother. And the statue, look. He got a statue right here. Look
bro.
how they
Yeah.
dress.
Look. He looked like the real Knights Templar to me.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not no average
look,
African mug. Come on, bro. That's not even African wear. They don't
yeah,
wear
but
that shit in Africa.
man, they lie about all this shit, brother. All of the Britons and the people in Europe was look like him. They all
Yeah.
look like him. Wasn't no white people over there, bro. That's all a fallacy, man. That's all what these people created to rewrite themselves into history, man. And these niggas fall victim to it. You know what I'm saying? They
Hmm.
fall victim to it. They fall victim to it because they want to believe it and they think that they really scholars by pulling up. And I'm pulling up something that don't agree with that. So what I'm saying is not right because you want to believe their narrative. And here it is. They saying he a white man. You agree with that. But then you got somebody saying he's a black man. You disagree with that. You see how crazy these niggas is? That's why I say that's why you gotta disrespect them. Because these niggas
Yeah,
been
that's crazy.
disrespecting us for years. They've been disrespecting us for years. For years. Niggas said fuck your grandmother or and all this other shit. Like they've been doing this shit for years, brother. For years. And we just been accepting it.
But bro, it doesn't even go with your narrative to say African because he's not even dressed. He doesn't look like a slave. You
Brother.
know what I'm saying?
Brother. And I was trying to show him that Africa ain't nothing but a goddamn little speck on a fucking map, my dude. And he, oh man, this is pseudo. How is it pseudo? This is a fucking map. This is a map. This is a fucking map. How is this pseudo? I just want to know. This is a map of Barbary, right? You see Barbary, right? Now they also say descripto of Barbaria Africa or African, whatever, right? However, let's whatever they saying, right? But we know when we go into the image, we see Africa right here, little ass goddamn continent, right? I mean, not even a continent. It's a fucking town, nigga. It's a town in North Africa. Well, what they call North Africa. I'm sorry, I gotta break the programming too, or whatever the continent is originally called. But Africa's right here, brother. So it's like you can't believe none of their history. These people constantly tell us of fables and fucking myths and all of these lies and shit, and we believe this shit because this is the only information. They give you their information, and that's the only information that you can find or you can verify, so you think it's true. Until you become a researcher, and you start researching, and you start finding other things. These people been just blatantly lying, blatantly. Because if we can find this shit, then why can't the schools or the institutions you go to where you pay thousands of dollars and be in debt? They don't teach you none of this because it ain't in their benefit to teach you that Negroes was running shit, that Negroes had slaves and Negroes, 300 slaves, and Negroes had houses and farms and all. It's not in their benefit to tell you that. It's only their benefit to show you images of Kunta Kinte and you get you create your narrative from that movie. And then other Negroes that they pay. These other Negroes that's out here that they pay, like them two so-called senators or whatever them two clowns were that was talking about gun control. I don't know who them niggas were, but them niggas was agents too, put out there by the Democrats.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's agents. Them agents, my dude. You know agent talk when you hear it, brother. You
Trying
know,
to sound like Martin Luther King and shit.
yeah, some scripted shit.
Right.
Like we know some scripted shit. That's some shit that's not. See what they do is they run this play on us because they make them niggas like they pro black, right? They make them
Hmm.
appear to you like they pro black, so people fall for it because they talking about reparations, but they talking about giving you reparations as being an African slave.
I know
If you
one thing in that movie, The Black Knight, when that nigga
yeah,
called Martin Lawrence, he said, "Where do you come from, Moore?" He sure called him a Moore. I know that much.
yeah, but because he moral, he from Amaru, moral.
Hmm.
That's why I know that don't sound popular, but that's why they call you more the moral people The moral people are the copper colored people. Moral. That's why they call all of these copper colored people moral or mori, because they from Moru. Moru is I'm Moru. I'm America.
That's what I said. The MERS from Mars, America.
No, Mers. I'm Moru. Moru.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
mermaid, Atlantean. Like I said, the body's 75% water, and they
Like,
come from the water, bro.
people don't talk about that movie with that. Y'all talking about movies, yo, but ain't nobody talk about that. You ever
Breaking up, nonetheless. You.
Sound like homeboy phone died or something.
Yeah. Yeah, but even with that, man, aquatic beings. I mean, I don't totally subscribe to. I know it's certain similarities, the web hands, web fingers. You know, you said when you get dry skin like a serpent. I understand that.
Exactly. Eczema is a sign of snakeskin shedding. I
Yeah,
want to
but
say that last time.
that is. But understand this: all them beings, all these animals came from us. All these animals is as a result of them being genetically created as well.
You
That's
keep
why
saying
all
that.
animals got human. That's why all animals got some form of human DNA in them.
I believe that the guys was half animal, like they show us half human hybrids.
Yeah, I mean, I got you on that one, brother. I mean, like they show you images of that, but like at the end of the day, man, like a lot of the shit we talking about can't be verified, but at least it gives you a different perspective and don't force you to compartmentalize yourself into just one, thought pattern. You do know that there's other um theories or perceptions out there that if you choose to, do the research on, that's up to you.
I mean, I met the goddess segment. Like I said, when I tripped 3, 4 years ago, she blessed me like she did King Seti on the walls of Kemet to see in pure darkness. I started
Hey,
glowing
look,
blue.
anybody, I see a lot of shit going in that chat room. Like anybody got any contentions with anything I'm saying, hit the chat, hit the StreamYard button. I ain't
And
running
the,
nowhere.
and the Alpha Centaurians, that's the bird beings. Like Thoth and Horus and them. These is real beings from different star systems in our galaxy. The galactic family, the Anunnaki. These are the beings that made us in Genesis. Let us make man in our image. So that's when Anu came and gave us the 5 fingers. You know what I'm saying? This body that we got now. But you can't tell me our skin don't look like a snake or a dragon under a microscope. You can't tell me we don't squirt like a lizard from under our tongue. You can't tell me we don't got canines. Our heart is a lion, our feet is Pisces, a fish, our kneecaps, Capricorn, um, our torso, our what's this shit called? Your stomach is Virgo, your throat is Horus, your arms is Gemini. Polex and Castro. This shit is all it's all connected, bro. This shit is crazy. I don't know how the hell they made us, but I know God did his thing when he made the female. When he separated that X and Y chromosome. Anana must be bad. You know what I'm saying? The queen of heaven. You know what I'm saying? We got bad joints walking around here down here like that. I know them joints up there is bad.
Yeah, I feel you, man. Supreme Chief Holiday, what's up, man?
Behind him, piece of the guy, man.
Piece of the
Bat,
guy.
what up, though? What we got on here? Greatest champ, what up, brother? PC. Is this
What up, Godfather?
Just what's the boy name? Cash system.
Yeah, that's King Cash, man. King Cash treading lightly tonight, man. He in agreement with a lot of the mystery shit, man. What you got to say about that? Not a coincidence. Hit the link. King Cash is with the spookism. He's with the not original narrative tonight. What you got to say about that? But go ahead. What's up, Chief? You?
Yeah, man. Homeboy was going in. Hebrew dude earlier.
Yeah.
He was definitely breaking it down. I said that shit 2 weeks ago. Said the Olmecs, these NFL niggas look like monkeys. Why? Because they got O and A positive blood type. Oh, nah, it won't come from monkeys. Da, da, da. Nah, not all of us, but some niggas.
Not all of
Francis
them, man. They don't all look like no monkeys, man. Them niggas
Francis
transform.
Ngannou.
Nah,
This
but Fred, he an
Nigerian.
African. We talking about
Hey,
Negroes. It ain't just him in sports or whatever. Look at John Jones. John Jones don't look like no African. He the best. He the best ever.
he ain't African. He an Aboriginal.
Nah, but you gotta
Francis.
specify that though. You gotta You gotta know. You gotta say who you talking about. you gotta specify that, money grip. You
All
can't
right,
just be saying making a general.
them African niggas look like monkeys, bro. I don't care what nobody say, bro.
Damn, why you say that though, man? You hear this shit,
I mean,
Chief?
go pull up the Olmec heads. The Olmec heads got big lips and big nose too. You dig what I'm saying? So,
Nah, they not. The Olmecs is not African though.
but you can't deny they got big lips and big nose, just like a
Yeah, but
gorilla.
they not African though. You can't say they had the Olmecs built
Hey,
pyramids,
brother,
right?
do we all have big lips and big noses, brother?
No, we don't. No, we all
Okay.
don't.
All right. So, bro, like this is what's so crazy to me, man. That if we know that we come with different phenotypes and structures and stuff like that, we're ancient people, right? And what we're saying is that all people come from us. I know it hurt. I know it's gonna get, you know what I mean? So when you should be able to start finding similarities in human beings, you know what I'm saying? Especially if we have an out of America theory with actual facts to back it up, actual things that you could do experiments on to back up not only the hypotheses but the theory, the working theory right now. Okay, because we know that certain things do come from America first, and so people are talking about the 20th century stuff, the late 19th century, 20th century creations. So I said this earlier in the chat room that when you see these so-called maps from the 1500 and they got words on there, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, the phonetic science, that's late 1800s, 1900s. So what does that mean? That means that what you're reading that says it's from the fucking 15, 16, 1700s is not from the 15, 16, 1700s. Somebody in the 19th, 20th century is writing a concept back in time. I don't care what you say. I can make a map and say, yo, it's from the 1600s. You cannot tell me it's not from the 1600s unless you authenticate it. And so that's what we do. We authenticate a lot of stuff and we understand that certain words did not exist in certain time periods. So you have a Latin language that is in Africa, Europe, and Asia. Why is it there? Where did it come from? And we're saying that Latin comes from America. It's ancient in America. Why is it so hard for people to understand? This is really weird to me. And then once again, you guys are capping for eugenics. You guys are working hard for the CIA, and we're gonna have to address that. If the CIA funds everything that's destructive against our people, from Black Lives Matter to this, to that, and the third, every institution is there to harm us. in these policies and these things that they're saying, the talking points. And so when these guys come here and they're saying the same thing, I just wonder, like, yo, when we call y'all out, why y'all not addressing it? Like if somebody say, hey, bro, you're doing something that's harming our people, right? And they can prove it, we'll be like, yo, you know what? A1, bro, we got to stop saying that. We got to stop doing that, right? Why they don't do that? When we call y'all out, we say, hey, what you're saying is detrimental. It's demoralizing to our people. Stop it. It's disrespectful. Why is there so much tension from we're being disrespected and we're demanding that you stop. And if you don't stop willingly, we're going to stop you regardless. So that's why we so fucking hostile. You're disrespecting our dead relatives who are no longer here. Nobody sees a problem with that, y'all. Nobody sees a problem with that. And y'all want us to give a fuck about somebody else's peoples? No, we're not doing that. We don't give a fuck about y'all people for our people. So please stop disrespecting us. Please. I've been asking nicely. Not gonna keep asking nicely. And you niggas is hostile too towards. I don't know. I don't even know why y'all so goddamn hostile. When nothing that we're doing is taking from anybody, it's harming anybody, right? Nothing that we're saying or doing is harming anybody. Matter of fact, it's the opposite. It's empowering our people. It's uplifting our people who have been pushed down and demoralized. So I'm trying to figure out why you mutts coming over here talking crazy. I think I think you're really stupid and very disrespectful. Real shit. Y'all want to be Europeans. Y'all want to be everything but Americans, who are the greatest people in world history. Press go. See how that works? See how this works? We invented everything that the world is using. We're still creating everything that culturally wise, and they telling us we ain't got no fucking culture. That's dumb. I'm sorry. Y'all better sit y'all goofy asses down. Europe, Asia, Africa, anywhere else on this planet, nigga, y'all better sit y'all goofy asses down. Nigga, we gave y'all everything y'all got. Still giving y'all shit. So please sit y'all asses down somewhere and pay homage and pay some respect. As far as I'm concerned, it's America first. And I told y'all, the first thing on the table is ass whooping. That's order number one. Number one, ass whooping. We don't owe y'all shit but ass whooping. Just remember that. So we don't give a fuck about no wars. We don't give a fuck about nothing that y'all talking about. We already about that. We're already ready for that. Please leave us the fuck alone. Please. Shit.
Yeah, I agree, man. If we wasn't so important, these sections wouldn't have built, this realm, this shit around us that they got going now. They'd have did it to Africa. You dig what I'm saying? They wouldn't have did it to us.
Man.
That alone should show how important we are, as a people.
I just don't know. I don't know, who allows people to disrespect their grandparents who are deceased. Great grandparents. Bro, do you think I'm emotional? I have emotions. Like I shouldn't be mad about that. Like they created this whole fake slave story that's enslaving us, our people, and all the things that continue to happen every day in the media. Every day. This is happening every fucking day. Every day, all day. And I shouldn't be hostile and mad about that. I just think this is crazy, bro. I really do. Like I said, I think we should learn how to be peaceful amongst each other, demand it. When it's not happening, who's ever violating that, it should be a problem, like a super problem, right? And then we should reserve our energy for anybody who's disrespecting us in any way. Redlining, black. Pew, 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 pew. I'm tired of y'all, bro. I'm tired of y'all. I'm just gonna let y'all know I'm tired of y'all. So I'm not gonna keep playing with y'all. What are we talking about over here, bro? You are disrespecting us on our land, our ancestors, and then we're supposed to just be cool with y'all. Like, oh, come on the panel. Let's talk about it. Let's be friends. Nah, nigga, we gonna beat y'all up, bro. As soon as we see y'all, I promise. So I don't give a fuck. Go press charges. Fuck y'all. Go ahead and do it. Please do.
It's funny we the only nation without an army, but you know the people we really the army.
I mean, bro, the armed forces is our army. Navy, Air Force, Marines, bro. That's our shit. National Guard, all that's our shit.
That's they shit to control us.
Nah, brother. See, we gotta stop thinking like that. See, that's the disfranchising of the American Negro. They want us to be disfranchised from our shit. These bitches just got here 50 years ago, and they want to be more American than us. That don't even make sense, fam. That sounds crazy. These motherfuckers just learned English 100 years ago. Less than 100 years ago. Literally. Talking about the German motherfucker that's running around here just calling themselves English. They just learned English, brother. This is our shit. We've been here. This is our shit. Now, what we have allowed people to do is to usurp us by putting themselves into positions of power, whether it's through the university system, whether it's through the fraternal orders or whatever. We've allowed these people to put themselves into power over us, and I think that's the fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because I say something? Nah, this is our military. We're not going to be fighting against our military. This is our. Why? Let me ask you a question. Why are we going to fight against our government, our military? Why? What we doing?
Well,
as a people, just as a whole, as a people, we the most docile motherfuckers ever. Because last time I checked, the FBI said that there's not a nigga group nowhere that's trying to do nothing to nobody. I thought that was. I'm like, it ain't nobody out here. No Michael Johnson's out there. Nowhere.
We had Grandmaster Jay, but they locked him up.
That bitch ass nigga wasn't talking about doing nothing to nobody. Nobody, bro. He wasn't talking about doing nothing to nobody, fam. Think about it.
I'm just saying that's the strongest, you know.
Like I said, that nigga was working.
Black people,
he was working.
I'm saying.
Sorry, y'all. That nigga was working, y'all. Sorry. Hot ass shit. Walk around with your guns and do nothing with them. What? So I need niggas to sit y'all asses down. Real shit. And we gotta start calling dumb shit out. Huh?
Yeah, I just don't agree with none of this shit after the 1800s. It's just, you know.
Oh yeah, after 1870s, it was a wrap. It's over. Just nothing. Everything's been changed and remixed, singled, and rewritten. Oh, this is an old document. No, it's not. It's not old. We have old paperwork from the 1500s. No, you don't. Written in English, Spanish, nothing. You know you don't. And that's the problem. See, people not doing real research. You're not. You're only believing in the narrative that's given to you by your open enemy. Mm-hmm. Not a coincidence. You're working for the open enemy of the American people, brother. That's why we so hard on you, bro. Real shit. I just let y'all know. You niggas is really, y'all really doing a lot of agent work out here, bro. So we're gonna have to address it, man. Y'all gonna Sir Drop, what up though, bro?
Gonna have to unmute yourself, champ.
Hey, champ, where you tuning in from tonight?
Me, I'm in Romanot Rapids, North Carolina.
That's what's up.
Yeah, from Connecticut, Bridgeport. My grandmama said I'm Blackfoot Cherokee.
Have you heard anything else other than that?
Nah, I've been trying to do some research. Can't really find anything else. I'm gonna have to dig a little harder on her last name before she married my grandfather, because he was a doctor. But I know I got them damn superpowers.
That's what's up. Salute to you. Alejandro, you still there? Sir, drop, you there?
A1, shit, everybody left the chat. You might as well end the show.
Everybody left the chat? No, anybody left the chat.
Man, yeah, like I was saying, homeboy was going in earlier. Mr. Hebrew say a lot. That nigga was saying a lot.
Bro, not a coincidence. You're the dumbest motherfucker ever. Okay? I'm an American. According to the definition of American, you dummy, I'm copper colored and I'm the first inhabitant of this land according to science, you dumbass dude. Please stop. Bro, bro, you're not bringing anything tangible to us for us to even build on, bro. Like, we can't even build with you. Like, niggas is not trying to build. You niggas is over here trying to waste our time and destroy anything that we trying to build. I think you niggas should be banned, period. You're not bringing nothing to the table. You've already got your ass kicked in a debate. You're gonna keep getting your ass kicked in the debate. You're gonna keep pulling up CIA work, bro. We don't need the CIA ass over here, bro. So I'm gonna call you the CIA operative every fucking day, bro. Every day. Every time I see you. You, YK, all you niggas is the fucking cops. You niggas are the stool pigeons that have historically been working against our people, y'all. Y'all niggas are just the worst, treacherous, treasonous motherfuckers ever. Your ancestors are turning over in their grave. That's how disrespectful you niggas is. And any of you motherfuckers, especially if your grandmother told you Blackfoot, Cherokee, Sioux, and I think you still running around here talking about you something else, you spitting in your grandma's womb, nigga.
Yeah,
so you niggas gonna get all the hell that come with that. I promise. Y'all gonna get all the hell coming with that. I promise.
Yeah, A1, how you running the chat, bro? Where you at?
He just taking a little break, bro. He'll be right back.
What? Yeah, I think we should get into the herky prophecy. Anybody seen the second son?
The who?
The second son?
I don't understand what you're saying.
The second son, Nibiru.
You might have to spell that for me, bro.
Nibiru, Nibru. What's Uncle Son?
Liber.
Planet, they call it the planet of the gods or the planet of the crossing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man.
Well, no, I was just saying, I seen that planet in 2016, 2017, December, going into 17, and the Hopi natives, they say, we got 7 years, before New Earth comes, before the fifth world comes, the end of the fourth.
Noble said we need them loads.
Red Star and Blue Star continue to show up.
These niggas just need to be taken to the woodshed, man. They just need a little whooping. That's all. They just need a little whooping. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's people should be able to challenge people. You know what I mean? Come out with the black glove, smack the shit out your ass. Pow! Accept this, man. Not a coincidence. Accept it, man. Cause we can't talk, we can't build on it, man. Just go ahead, bro. Just go ahead, man. Just go ahead and move around, bro. Cause I'm telling you, we're gonna keep disrespecting you, weirdos, bro. Real talk.
Hey, we was about to slide, man. Till you come back, start narrating and shit.
I'm right here. I'm like, y'all build.
First off, sir, the narrative that you push was created by the CIA. You guys don't want to address that. And I think that's interesting. Because once again, if y'all was to like, hey, bro, this right here came from this right here is this, and a third. Okay, well, you know, I promise you, bro, if I'm saying something that's detrimental to our people, I'm going to stop. I promise. I'm going to stop saying it. But I don't say things that are detrimental to our people. I speak words of power. See how this work, sir? So, and my actions, not just the words that come out of my mouth, since I've been breathing, nigga, it's saying I'm fighting against these people, bro. I'm not working with these people like you are. Not a coincidence. Yes, sir.
Holiday, look, check this out, right? So would it be fair to say that this nigga not a coincidence? That this nigga not a coincidence is pro white supremacy. Even if it ain't no white supremacy, whatever
He
white
likes to say it. He likes to say it. Absolutely. Absolutely. This nigga might be a whole pale skin, as far as I'm concerned, but bro, this nigga's a buster, bro.
he do
He a whole
sound like
buster. He's not one of us. This nigga's not one of us, bro. He's not one of us.
he do sound like he got a clothespin on his nose
Uh,
and shit, right?
I don't believe him. He got to show me.
Clothespin that nose ass nigga. Never gonna get it. These niggas just ain't freaking. A lot of people just, and it's a lot of people. It's even people. It's even some of your family members, man. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't even. You have to kind of like, it depends on what type of individual you is. If you like me, I just say what you know what I'm saying. I just try to keep it real according to my perspective. But you ain't gonna try to need nothing. I just put it out there. If you vibrate with it, you vibrate with it. You ain't gotta accept it, but don't talk against it if you ain't got no information. Like if you can't really like say, all right, well, I think that this is the truth right here. Also, the European narrative is the narrative where we was free, where white people were slaves. Of course, we can prove this. It's not like we just making this shit up. And we just putting two and two together. All these white slaves, all these Negroes was messing with all these white women. The whole duration of from 1619 all the way up until they created an a miscegenation, whatever the fuck it is. They created a law to stop Negro men from sleeping with the Slavic women. Nigga. You know what I'm saying? They created a law. So at the end of the day, it's like, it's like everything that you read, you gotta be skeptical. You gotta be skeptical. Don't come up here running no one liners and shit. Just pulling out one book and reading directly from it. If you ain't able, especially if it's something that might be like far fetched for people to be able to gravitate towards. You know what I'm saying? You gotta reference that. You gotta have more sources to go with that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't just no Wikipedia play. Just going to Wikipedia and reading from there, and like, oh, that's a play that. Hey, let's go to Wikipedia.
Yeah, they created that shit too.
Yeah. Everything has been assimilate. Everything is assimilation, bro. Everything.
Mhm.
All this shit is assimilation, bro. Except the shit that you can prove, you live in an assimilation. These people then created a program and programmed you mentally, and you sit here and you run the shit that they put into your database, which is your mind, and you say this shit verbatim. And then anytime something comes that puts your people in power, you deny that and say we were slaves. Nah, this is the real Negroes ain't. Man, come on, man. Like, what kind of maniac would be out here telling their people some ridiculous shit like this, man?
Yeah, they tell us more truth in movies than they do on the news.
Hey, come on, man. You can't rely on these people for a legitimate source of education. Who Michelle? No, how you doing? Welcome to the panel. You, you. Who is Michelle Norton? That's you, Michelle.
She probably don't know how to unmute herself.
Nah, her mic is unmuted. But anyway, oh man, shit's a long day, man. I'm about to get up out of here in probably about like another 10 minutes. So
Yes, sir.
that's definitely been a good build for the most part. And like I said, anybody out here that's promoting slavery and promoting that you a slave when they got other evidence saying otherwise, and trying to convince you to continue to be that when you have an option now, because there's other narratives out here. You just need to just prove whichever one, after you do your genealogy, that could prove a lot or whatever. But you're gonna find out that none of your people were slaves, man. You can't be a slave. A slave is a Slavic. You could never be a slave. But they can create that condition in your mind, just like you program a computer, or program, different types of organisms, right? They programmed us. And niggas is taking everything these people saying is verbatim. Everything you read. Then when you hear something that don't go with what they told you, you don't even investigate it. You just automatically, your mind just automatically disconnect itself from what's being said, and you go straight into defense mode. Why? I don't know, but it happens.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you now, sis. What's up?
I'm sorry for the trouble hearing. I wanted to say thank you for the herb book that you recommended. I have high cholesterol, and I know that book will help. And I wanted to say thank you. Hi, Chief Holiday. I'm a fan of yours as well. Um, I just got done talking to AP, and I wanted you guys to elaborate a little more on Creek Indian connection. Um,
Just talk up just a little bit, sis. Just a little bit.
oh,
You kind of low.
um, can you hear me a little better now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, there's a definite delay. Um, I don't want to hold you guys up. I appreciate the things that you guys are doing. Um, I was wondering if maybe you could direct me to an old video that talks about the creeks and the connections with the Mayans, or if you can just steer me in a direction of um, the Black Creek Indians. I don't want to hold you guys up. I will get off.
Where your people from? Michelle, you said Creek. Where your people from?
My mom is from Alabama,
Okay.
and my dad is from Mississippi.
Which one got Creek in them?
My mom. I've just been told my father was Cherokee, but I haven't even looked into that part. I've been trying to study or go back and find information on my mom's side first, um, and just kind of start from there.
Well, when you go back and look, the Creek and the Cherokee is the same fucking people. I'm gonna skip on language. I don't mean curse. They the same people. My people from Alabama. And when you look up, see, they just try to. Oh, the Creek had a different language, and the Cherokee had to have a different language. No, they didn't. They was living amongst each other. They the same people. You understand? So it's like, when you go back and research it, especially in Alabama, because Alabama going to take you to Florida, or going to take you. If it don't take you to Florida, it take you to Georgia, and then Georgia was Florida.
It looks like I'm sorry for cutting you off. It looks like I'm sorry.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
It looks like I think it's my maybe sixth or seventh great grandmother that comes from Texas, and I always heard that there was a connection between the Creeks and the Mayans, but I haven't made that connection, and I didn't know if you guys had did an old video about it, that I could look up and kind of get a direction to go in. But I did find colored on my mom's birth certificate.
Hey, she was an Aborigine. Um, as far as the Creek and the Mayans, you would have to, like, you could connect Mayan culture to Georgia, right? And you could connect it to Florida, and you could connect Mayan culture all the way to Oklahoma.
Wow.
Um, yeah, you can. You can connect. But Mayan culture, the Mayans ain't nothing but Muskogee. Like, that's what most of the Creek, when they tell the Creek and the Cherokee, the Aniyawiya, and the Tuscarora, and the Yamasi, and the Gala, the Gitche, all of them are nothing but Muskogee. The Lenni Lenape, Powhatans, the Nassagarret, all of them are Muskogee. Even the ones going all the way up to Mississippi, like in Detroit and St. Louis area, all the way up through Chicago, and all the way up through certain parts of Canada. All of them, all of us, Muskogee is all of the Indians. They try to make it seem like the Muskogee is one particular tribe. That's bull. That's BS. Oh, I gotta mute real quick, but go ahead. You could talk, sis.
All right, A1 about to slide, bro.
Hello, can
Okay,
you
I
hear
had
me
to
now?
step away for a minute. Everybody done dropped out.
I believe so. I'm sorry for running them off. Um, I really appreciate your time. Um,
You breaking up a little bit, sis. I think she got a little delay. Before I get out of there, I'm gonna drop the link one more time, just in case anybody got something they want to say. Other than that, you already know. Sis, you back with us? Okay, maybe she got bad connection. Okay,
yeah,
it's like it's
I'm having a hard
you
time
breaking up,
hearing,
sis. I don't.
and it's
Where
a
you?
real bad delay.
You
So,
sound a little better now. Go ahead. Try to talk now.
um,
All right, I think she got a delay, sis. Well, we'll probably be live tomorrow. I'm actually about to end this live stream. Definitely peace to the guys, peace to the goddesses, peace to all the Aboriginal, North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands. Thank definitely Bat or AP, definitely for providing a heavyweight bill earlier. So with that being said, you already know it's your brother A1, and I'm out of here. Peace.